Good evening and welcome to Adelaide Oval for the business end of the Super 12 stage of this T20 World Cup on SEN. T20 World Cup cricket, the host plus, that's a plus. A night where for Australia net run rate isn't everything, but it's almost everything. A chance presented itself to Aaron Finch's side on Monday night in Brisbane when they had the Irish 5 for 25. Of course, they went on to win that game easily, but they didn't annihilate them. Between times in Group 1, New Zealand weren't able to lend a Trans-Tasman favour when they lost to England. So for Australia, they continue to pay the price for the pasting they copped against the Black Caps in Sydney. That one loss enough to still have their net run rate still healthily in the red. In a way, this might be liberating, for they are more than duty-bound to go their hardest tonight. Simply put, they have no other option. And that isn't to disrespect their Afghanistani opponents who have been eliminated already, but they have to be put to one side for the next few hours. Bullying them, however, won't be a walk in the park either. Remember, this is something of a homecoming for Rashid Khan, who has dominated at this ground for the Strikers for many years. He's the best in the world at what he does. And there are many other members of the ranks for the Afghanistan side who have starred on the T20 circuit. Take the wily old captain Nabi, who won't be for letting Australia do as they please. And then there's a little matter of whether Aaron Finch is fit enough to even take the field after pinging his hamstring earlier in the week. Whatever happens, we have a fascinating game ahead of us here on SEN T20 World Cup cricket. I'm Adam Collins, and with me throughout the call is a man who knows this ground better than just about anyone in the country, former redback and Australian bowler Chad Sayers. Chad, good evening to you. To start, you were out in the middle a moment ago and taking a look around with the Australian team. We don't think Aaron Finch is playing.
No, we don't. I don't think he had a hit up in the nets earlier, and just walking around, Matthew Wade, has his clothes on, ready to toss. So I think Finch will be out, and who comes in, we are yet to know.
We've got Bharat Sundaresan with us here as well. Weather is fine, so there'll be no concerns as far as rain plays out, and we know that New Zealand are through. They've already won tonight against Ireland. So I said in the intro there, it steals the focus. It's going to come down to net run rate one way or the other, unless England lose to Sri Lanka, and they can't hedge on that.
Yeah, Adam, and sorry to digress, but some interesting scenes out there. Mitchell Starc with the wicket-keeping mitts, gloves on. Kane Richardson seems to be marking his run-up. And I don't know whether Tim David is playing either, because he's helping them give fielding, catching, or practice to Steve Smith at the boundary. I think we're expecting a few changes, but whatever changes Australia bring in, like you said, they just have to win. They have to win big, and then call up every Sri Lankan they know and ask them to pray for them tomorrow and somehow get Sri Lanka over the line against England.
Right, so let's go through this, Chad. So Kane Richardson's not played in the competition so far. Mitchell Starc has been expensive, but he has also been effective. Bowled nicely in the middle overs against Sri Lanka and took 2 wickets inside the power play in 1 over, indeed, against Ireland on Monday at the Gabba. That'd be a huge call. Yeah,
it would be, as you said, Kane Richardson being on the sideline, so hopefully his preparation at training has been great. His previous games for Australia have been very good. We all know how good he is at the death as well, so maybe that's where they want him to come in and exploit the Afghanistanis.
And as far as the equation around who might open, I mean, that's a difficult piece to square in ordinary circumstances with Aaron Finch, but knowing they need to go so hard, if they were to win the toss, they've got Matthew Wade, who's done it on 16 occasions. Indeed, they've got Glenn Maxwell, who has been Australia's opener periodically. He's made 100 opening against Sri Lanka back in 2016. They've got options, but they're going to have to go from the get-go.
Oh, they have to, and that's why if Cam Green is playing, he will just open. And I'm sure we're going to see that batting order being shuffled around based on how long the openers bat. And I think it comes down to David Warner, right? Like, Australia need not just him to score runs, but he's not really fired in this tournament. Look what happened to an Australian team when David Warner fired last year. I think even though the focus is on who could open with him, if David Warner fires, I think Australia could really make an impression. But look, they also can't get too far ahead of themselves, right, Chad? Like, they have to still focus on this Afghanistan team.
Right.
It's a dangerous Afghanistan team. It's a fired-up Afghanistan team. For a lot of them, they feel like they're playing on their home ground, right? Rashid Khan has played more on this home ground. Rashid Khan has had his name chanted more often, maybe not as often as Chad Sayers, but like after Chad Sayers, only Rashid Khan has been celebrated as much as anyone, or as much as he has at the Adelaide Oval. So it's not going to be easy.
Right, let's take an early break on SEN T20 World Cup cricket by Host Plus. That's a plus. On the other side of it, the toss will be taking place out in the middle. SEN T20 World Cup cricket by Host Plus. That's a plus. We have a delayed toss coming up just in a couple of minutes. The first game here this afternoon where New Zealand accounted for Ireland ran a fraction late. It's going to make for a fascinating team sheet. Tim David clearly not playing. He's hitting catches. Mitchell Stark's not warming up. And Matthew Wade's going to be up for the toss shortly with Aaron Finch ruled out, Chad Sayers.
3 changes in a must-win big clash for Australia. It wouldn't be what they would want, but as you said, Tim David, you'd hope he wasn't playing because he hasn't cleared many over the boundary, has he? So,
and he's got a great record against Rashid Khan, Tim David. He's the one guy in the lineup, Bharat, who's actually got the better of the Afghani wizard, who's the #1 bowler in the world according to the ICC. I think he's made 46 runs off 20 balls without getting out to him. Smallish sample size, but you get a sense of the fact that he's had the wood over the leg breaker. He won't play tonight.
I think the only reason he won't play is if his hamstring hasn't healed. He had a long net yesterday, and I remember I was there as he finished his net. Andrew McDonald walked over to George Bailey. They had a little bit of a chat, and it didn't look...
Okay, we got the toss now. Sorry,
Super
Brett.
12 match for Australia and Afghanistan. A lot riding on it for Australia. I've got the captains here. It is Matt Wade filling in for Aaron Finch, Mohammed Nabi from Afghanistan, and the match referee, Ranjan Madagali. Away you go, Wadey.
Heads, Afghanistan.
Afghanistan have won the toss. Nabi, a chance to upset the party for the host nation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yeah, we will try our best. Yeah, the wicket is a little bit slow. We saw the first game. Yeah, we'll try our best, and yeah.
And Rashid Khan, there was a little injury concern after the last game. He's right to go?
Yeah, he's absolutely right to go, and he's his home ground, and hopefully he performed well today.
Indeed, and it's been a frustrating tournament due to rain predominantly. What do you hope to take away from this game? Obviously 2 points, but is there any part of your game that you guys think you can improve on?
Yeah, it wasn't a good tournament for us because we played first game, then after that we 2 rain wash out. We didn't play 10 days, and again we against Sri Lanka. It wasn't good performance. Today is a chance to play with a good side, and hopefully we perform well over there and finish in a good note here.
Good, mate. All the best.
Thank you.
Good luck, mate. Go well.
Wadey, how do you feel about that toss?
Yeah, not too bad. We probably would have done the same as them. Obviously, just gives us a little clearer something to aim at, I suppose. We're chasing a bit of net run rate today, but we're still going to win the game. They're a terrific team, and we'll try and take care of business.
And the team makeup, obviously, Aaron Finch unavailable. Other changes?
Yeah, Finch is out. He didn't come up. Either did Tim David, and Mitchell Stark makes way for Kane Richardson, Cameron Green and Steve Smith.
Okay, and how hard has it been? You've been in this position before, a year ago today against Bangladesh. Yeah. You got the result you needed there. I guess you can take some buoyancy from that. Yeah,
it'd be nice if we didn't put ourselves in these positions, but yeah, we've been here before, and it's just not chase it too much. As I said, they're a terrific team, and we've got to try and secure the win first. But if an opportunity comes where we can push the pace a bit, we'll try and do that. But otherwise, we've just got to try and get a win.
Yeah. All right, mate. Thanks. All the best.
Thanks, Gilly.
So there it is. Afghanistan, Mohammed Nabi has won the toss, and Afghanistan will bowl first.
Right, so the big news from the toss there is that Australia are going to have to go like the Clappers. I mean, we talked about net run rate briefly before the first break, Chad, but batting first, they know now they'll need to win by roughly 60 runs no matter what happens. And then from there, try and get a pretty big buffer over England. It'll be a talking point all night, but they can't afford to make 179, say, as they did against Ireland a few nights ago. They're going to go 200 plus.
Yeah, that's right. But I think Matthew Wade said it perfectly, didn't he? They can't go out and chase a win from ball one. They've got to win this game first, give themselves a chance for England to stuff up against Sri Lanka tomorrow. But, yeah, it's going to be a great game. The question is who's going to walk out opening the batting.
Well, that's right. I mean, we're yet to see the formal team sheet as given to the ICC, but just from the interviews there, we know that Stephen Smith will play his first game of the competition. Cameron Green, who we believe will open, but we're yet to have it confirmed, and Kane Richardson coming in for Mitchell Stark, who's been omitted, with Aaron Finch and Tim David, neither of their hamstrings right to play.
Exactly, and if you are Kane Richardson, I just saw him run out of the net. He had a ball there, and there were a bunch of proud South Australians, mighty South Australians, just stood there watching the nets, and one of them shouted, "Kane, Richo, you're my favorite bowler," and he turned around looking a little surprised. I know he doesn't play for South Australia anymore, but the love isn't gone anywhere. So if he ever needed a confidence boost, that was it, to make his comeback into the side.
And you've shared the dressing room with him for many years, Chad, with Kane Richardson. He's been part of the Australian squad, on and off for about 7 years now. He would relish the chance to play in a World Cup again. Yeah,
he debuted in his ODI here. He loves this ground. He knows his game like the back of his hand. He's done it on many occasions for the Renegades and for Australia. So he'd be chomping at the bit to get back out there and play. As you said earlier, he hasn't played in this tournament, coming back from injury in the Indian series, so he'd be chomping at the bit to get out there, that's for sure.
So we have got the Australian team through now in batting order. Cameron Green into the team to open with David Warner. Remembering that Green wasn't in the original squad, into the squad now, into the 11 for this crucial game. Mitchell Marsh at 3. Stephen Smith is back at number 4. Glenn Maxwell 5. Marcus Stoyner 6. Matthew Wade, the captain, will bat at 7. He'll stay at 7 despite only facing a handful of balls in the competition so far. He'll also keep. Then Pat Cummins, Kane Richardson, Adam Zampa and Josh Hazlewood at number 11. I suppose, Bharat, that even though that's what's been carded, they'll need to show a fair bit of flexibility, mindful of the fact that if they get a foundation, they'd be mad not to shuffle the pack a bit here.
Oh, very much so. Like, say the openers bat for 8 or 9 overs, I would be surprised if we see Steve Smith walk out ahead of a Glenn Maxwell or a Marcus Stoyner who's been striking the ball well, or maybe even someone like Matthew Wade to come and do what he does at this level or in T20 cricket these days. But on Matthew Wade, what a story of redemption. I mean, just think about it. 18 months ago, he was completely out of the picture.
Yep.
In the last 12 months, he's won a T20 World Cup trophy. He's won an IPL, and now he gets to captain Australia in a World Cup match. It is one of the more underrated stories of redemption in Australian sport.
Yeah, I think he obviously thought his career was over, didn't he? So he's got nothing to lose now. And as you said, he went over to the IPL and just found his groove and batting, I guess, the finisher they call him these days. But he hasn't faced a lot of balls in this tournament, so I would like to see him up there.
Yes, but Matthew Wade, Aaron Finch, David Warner, if things don't go Australia's way, it's conceivable those 3 men will be moved on after the World Cup. A lot to play for here tonight, but what we do know now is the Australian team with those 3 big changes and the captain Aaron Finch out, and we know that Australia will be batting first. We'll take a break on SEN T20 World Cup Cricket, the host plus. That's a plus. On the other side of it, the national anthems.
The ICC Men's T20 World Cup. For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Clyde North and Tarneet. Henley.com.au. The ICC Men's T20 World Cup on SEN Cricket.
SEN T20 World Cup Cricket, the host plus. That's a plus with Adam Collins, Chad Sayers and Bharat Sundaresan. We're not far away from the national anthems and the sides being brought out to the middle. We're seeing the trophy presented. Bharat, you were performing that role a couple of days ago as one of the ICC World Cup ambassadors. Australia didn't get the chance to bowl first. I mean, it's touch and go whether they would have had they won the toss. It's always you can make the case either way when chasing net run rate, can't you? It's either make bulk runs and put on scoreboard pressure, or bowl a side out and try and make it in 10 overs. But that choice has been taken out of their hands.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sure there would have been a lot of team meetings between Aaron Finch and Andrew McDonald on what they should do and the equations, but got taken out of their hands when Mohamed Nabi won the toss and Australia are batting. So, as you said earlier, they're going to have to come out all guns blazing and hopefully score over 200.
So we've got the Afghanistan side in as well. A couple of changes. So Ramanala Gurbaz and Usman Ghani, the openers, who did well against Sri Lanka, albeit in a losing effort in Brisbane on Wednesday. They open again. Ibrahim Zadran, the former captain, Gulbuddin Naib, who used to be a bodybuilder. Darwish Rasooli at number 5, who all of the Twitter analysts love. He's into the side for the first time in the competition. Najib Zadran at 6. Mohamed Nabi, the captain, at 7. Then Rashid Khan, who loves Adelaide Oval, at number 8. Mujib Rahman at 9. All that experience around the world in T20 cricket. Naveen Al-Haq comes into the side, and Fazal Haq Faruqi, the young quick, batting at number 11. But you've written a beautiful piece on CricBuzz today about the story of Rashid Khan at Adelaide Oval, but it goes far beyond that, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and as the big Afghanistan flag gets brought out, Adam, it's a great time to talk about it. To our right, you can see a lot of Afghan fans have come dressed in their traditional garb and by waving the original Afghanistan flag.
Yeah.
And they're doing it. I spoke to a lot of them a month back. They're doing it as a statement. It's a statement to those in power back in Afghanistan to say that we haven't lost our country. You know, what we know as our country is still our country, and we haven't given up hope. Cricket has given them hope. I spoke to a guy, Samandar Siddiqui, who came here as, or he worked for 9.5 years as an interpreter for the Australian Defence Force, moves to Adelaide in 2016, and he wants a connect with this city. It's a year or two later, Rashid Khan moves to the Adelaide Strikers and everything changes. To the extent, in 2019, Rashid Khan goes and meets the local Afghan players, the Afghans who live here, and they decide that they want to start playing a cricket match annually the ADF, the Australian Defence Force interpreters, the former interpreters, 40 families of them live here in Adelaide, against the ADF veterans, guys they serve with on the war front, and they play each other every year. And when it came to picking the jersey color, they said we want the blue. So everybody assumed they want the Afghanistan blue. Said no, we want the Adelaide Strikers blue, because when we play cricket, all of us want to be Rashid Khan, and that's how deeply ingrained it is. And the guy I spoke to, he almost got killed in 2014. He was kidnapped outside one of the camps, and he was taken away at knife point, and he had to like jump out of a moving car to save himself. And he told me, you know what, as a result, my bowling action these days is more Malinga than Rashid Khan, but I don't care. I'm in Adelaide and I love Rashid Khan and I love Afghanistan, and that's how deeply entrenched, like I said, Rashid Khan is to Afghans in Adelaide.
That's a beautiful story, Bharat. We're going to have the national anthems, and we'll come back to our build-up on SEN T20 World Cup cricket. The host plus, that's a plus. So much on the line tonight for Australia in Group 1 Super 12 stage business end. They need to win. They need to win big over Afghanistan, who've won the toss and elected the field first. Their captain, Mohammad Nabi, out in the middle before, saying they backed themselves here. A lot of T20 experience from around the world in their starting 11. Adam Collins with you, Chad Sayers with me. Play will start in about 3 minutes from now, 1 minute after it was meant to, owing to the fact that New Zealand and Ireland finished a little bit late. New Zealand winning, which means that there's only one spot for Australia, the host and defending champions, and England, who came into this competition as favourites to go through from Group 1. Both dropped games, Australia to New Zealand and England to Ireland, which means it's all on the line and it's all about net run rate. And those changes for Australia, to recap, 3 of them in addition to the captaincy. Aaron Finch will not be playing tonight. So Matthew Wade leads the side. Nor will Mitchell Stark, has been omitted, and Tim David also not coming up with his hammy. Stephen Smith, his first opportunity of the World Cup, coming in at 4. Kane Richardson coming in for the first time in the competition as well, replacing Stark. And Cameron Green, the all-rounder, who we expect to open the batting. All set up so well. It's a net run rate-a-thon tonight. We'll be monitoring it very closely, especially in the second innings. But as you said before, Chad, Matthew Wade said at the toss, they have to earn the right to really put the foot down at some point in this innings, and it's going to be fascinating to see how they really walk out, what order they walk out in.
That's right, and the power play is so vital in 2020 cricket, isn't it, Mitch? As David Warner and Cam Green come out to bat, we're going to see how hard they can go early and hopefully get off to a flyer, give the chance to the lower order batsmen to come in and play with freedom.
This was the ground we're at, where David Warner walked out after his 2019 Ashes misadventure, returned to Adelaide Oval, made an unbeaten even century against Sri Lanka. To get his summer going, a couple of months later, he made an unbeaten triple century on this ground as well. Loves it here, always has.
Oh, yeah, and that 100 in the T20I against Sri Lanka was a change of guard in terms of how David Warner started approaching T20 cricket. That's when he started playing a lot more risk-free cricket. He started giving himself a lot more time, trying to take his innings deep, finish from the top, and I think that really set off a golden run for David Warner, like you said, that summer, but also in T20 cricket ever since. But he hasn't fired in this tournament, but Australia need him to fire tonight.
Cameron Green got that chance in India, not unexpectedly, but kind of, well, why is this guy opening the batting with the World Cup round the corner outside of the squad? Made 61 from 46 balls in Mohali, another half-century in Hyderabad to finish that series. Then tapered off somewhat in the warm-up games in Australia. Didn't find himself in the initial squad. Replaced Josh Inglis. Now into the side. Now opening the batting. They need the big guy tonight.
It almost feels like it was meant to be with Cameron Green, right? Like you said, they took him to India. Not many expected him to get a game. Then he opens and starts smashing the ball all around. He had a very good one-day series against Zimbabwe and New Zealand, if you remember. Got runs, got Australia home in one of those games. And all the talk leading into this World Cup was, how can Cam Green not get into the side? I'd said on a few shows, I said he hasn't just knocked the door down, Chad. He's inside, he's lying down on the couch, just waiting to be called up. And as it turns out, in what could be Australia's last game in the World Cup, he does get a game.
Yeah, I feel like I just wanted to see him just give himself a few balls, Bharat, just to get in and then go. I think in India, the conditions allow you to do that, but over here in Australia, a bit more pace, a bit more bounce. Just give himself a few balls, then get going.
All set for the Tyre power play, your trusted local here at Adelaide Oval. We've got the countdown playing out on the Beaumont Tiles screen. Need bathroom wear, choose Beaumont's. It'll be Fazal Haq Faruqi to begin, left up quick. We saw that at the Gabba a couple of days ago. He really gets it through. He's got two slips to begin. Deep third underneath the old scoreboard and deep square. Away from us, City End. First ball here to Warner. Off the back foot, Wade onto the call. He places it to backward point. Dot to start.
It's a nice start there from Faruqi. Nice bit of swing away from David Warner. Probably not as much pace off the wicket as we thought he was going to charge in, but very nice start.
Leading wicket taker for Afghanistan in T20 internationals this year. Of course, it was picked up by the Sunrisers Hyderabad in a mega auction for the IPL last year as well. So highly thought of around the world, T20 cricket. Just 22 years of age. All the lights on, sun still out. Away from us, bowls to Warner. Warner, inside portion of the bat, spills out down the track, no run again.
Already no pace on this wicket, it feels like. Could make stroke play a little difficult. If Afghanistan are not going to offer too much pace in the ball or off the pitch, and if Australia want to go hard and they have to go hard, it could make things interesting.
Looked flat earlier, didn't it? We saw the game between New Zealand and Ireland. New Zealand made 186 and Ireland at one stage were flying inside the power play. Same surface, of course. Different to the one they played on Wednesday. Faruqi up to the crease, left arm over to Warner. Pace off, places it through point. Out towards the rope. Opening runs for Australia, and it's a boundary by the blade of the veteran Warner. None for four, third ball.
Great shot from David Warner. Just took him a couple of balls just to get the pace of the Adelaide Oval wicket. Back of a length and just gave himself a bit of room. And as we see so often, David Warner blazing through the offside for four.
Yeah, it was there. It just sat up. Well shot. But this time Warner didn't go too hard. He waited for it in the Chad and they just slapped it away.
Yeah, that's right. And he's a great player, isn't he? And form's only around the corner, and a couple of balls, he read the wicket, and he's away now.
So the deep point goes out, an adjustment to the field. Third man comes up inside the circle. Fine leg also up. Faruqi arrives and bowls to Warner, full and straight and driven out towards mid-off. They'll get a single, taking on the captain, Mohammad Nabi. Oh, overthrows. What's it come off? Looks like it might be from the wicketkeeper Gurbaz. They'll take 2 additional runs. That's frustrating for Afghanistan early. Run for 6.
A poor throw there from Nabi. Just at the feet of the wicketkeeper, and David Warner probably distracted him a little bit. Cameron Green, sorry, and not what you want as a bowler.
Better delivery too, asking the right question there, Farouk. Just a little bit of tail back towards left-handed Warner. He knocked over both Babar Azam and Asalanka from Sri Lanka, the Golden Ducks in the Asia Cup a couple of months ago. So he has the ability inside the power play to be a real handful.
It does look impressive, that's for sure.
Fazal Haq Faruqi to the crease, delivers, and Warner pulling, doesn't beat mid-on. Gets there a bit early again, kind of reinforcing your point, Chad. The track looks slow.
Yeah, it's just probably a little bit short, but back of a length. David Warner there just showing his frustration that he missed out on 4 runs. Just found the splice at the bat and shanked one to mid-on.
Yeah, you could see him kind of indicating to himself as well, maybe he should have hit it a lot squarer. Tried hitting it through mid-wicket, maybe square legs the region he should target.
Last ball of the first over. Faruqi sprinting to the wicket, bowls to Warner and beats him outside the off stump with a ball that tails away nicely. 1 over gone, Australia, after being sent in and none for 6, and we're in the power play for Tyre Power, your trusted local.
Find where you belong with Harcourts. Here's CEO Tony Morrison.
By the time this ad airs, there will have been shifts in the market. They'll have been reported on TV, in the paper and online. And chances are they'll shift again. At Harcourts, we live and breathe the market and will give you the full story as it happens. Empowering you and getting the best result possible is another reason we've been around for over 130 years.
Visit harcourts.com.au and rest assured.
So 3 changes for Australia. One of those is Cameron Green. Will get his first opportunity here, and it's going to be Mujibur Rahman. Man with so much experience around the world in recent years, but played in all the leagues.
Yeah, and someone so young, and he knows all about Australian conditions. He's been playing the BBL for quite a while. And if there's one chink in Cam Green's armour early, it's he just plonks that front foot out. He'll be targeting his pads.
Mujib's first ball, mystery spin, deflected by Green, passed about 3rd slip. They'll get a couple down towards the city end beneath us here. Warner wants 3, and Warner will get 3. It's great. Green through, super running. None for 9, 1 ball into the second over.
Great running there from David Warner, but Bharat was saying, just caught on the crease, Cameron Green, probably just seeing what way he was going to spin. Again, get the ball to beat both sides of the bat with Jeeb, and as we saw there, just opened the face and ran away for 3 runs.
Picked up 2 for 24 against Sri Lanka at the Gabba. Bowled really well. And 1 for 22 against England before they had those 2 washouts at Melbourne last week. Mujib, a lot of experience with the Brisbane Heat in the Big Bash League. Lowest economy rate of any bowler in that competition for the club. Goes to 6.2 and over. So he's set and forget inside the power play. Bowls to Warner here. Reverse sweep. Gets hold of it. Over the top of backward point. Australia have a second boundary. None for 13. Warner's 10.
It would be interesting to see the replay. I wonder if it was a switch hit because he got into position so quickly. David Warner.
Watch it back here with Beaumont tiles. Need bathroom wear shoes. Beaumont's Bharat's under Ace.
Yeah, it looked more like a reverse sweep to me. Yeah, but he changed his grip very quickly.
So skillful these days, aren't they, Bharat? Just turn around and play a different hand. Glenn Maxwell, we'll see him later do it.
Mujib picked up the Sankat and Rajapaksa at the Gabba. Bowls here to Warner, who turns around the corner. The deep backward square where the shade takes over and the ball passes the rope. 2 falls in a row for Warner. 14 from 8.
Just by reverse sweeping there, we saw Mujib just bowl a different line, allowed Warner to get inside it and flick off his hip down to fine leg, and it just runs away here at the beautiful Adelaide Oval. Another 4 for David Warner.
He's not used to players going after him. Start Mujib always bowls in the power play around the world. That's why he enjoys such a good economy rate. Often will bowl the first over of a game. Round the wicket again to Warner, down the leg side, wide signal. Already a big over here. 3, a couple of 4s and a wide. So 12 off 3. Needs to respond. He's at the cathedral end. Delivers here. Warner on leg stump, sweeping again. Beats fine leg. trickling towards the rope. Yep, gets there easily. So 3 fours in 3 legal deliveries for Warner. 3 to start the over. He's flying. 18 from 9, none for 22. Just 10 balls gone in the innings, Bharat.
This is what we called for. David Warner has to strike if Australia need a chance or have a chance. He's put so much pressure on Mujibur Rahman. Like you said, Adam, he's used to bowling with the new ball more than most spinners around the world. But just that reverse sweep has put him off. The line's all Laurie.
So Warner, the 36-year-old, up again, defending off the front foot. Out towards mid-off, 1 ball left in this over. I kind of made the point in passing, Chad, before that. I mean, if Australia do get bundled out here, remembering it's a pretty tough mission for them to reach a semi-final, players like Warner, who are 36, might be at the end of the road here. Majid bowls and Warner defends. Back down the pitch to finish, but still a big over. 18 coming from it. None for 22 after 2. We're still inside the Tyre Power play. Your trusted local Warner.
Don't miss today's deal at Macca's. Grab a small Big Mac meal and 6 Chicken McNuggets for $7.90. Claim a new deal every day of November, only on the My Macca's app. Value means more at Macca's. See in-app for today's deals.
Brick Lane One Love Pale Ale, brewed by the award-winning team at Brick Lane Brewing. And the ultimate crowd pleaser. Buy it now at bricklanebrewing.com or ask for it on tap. Brick Lane One Love Pale Ale. It's the one for all. Enjoy responsibly.
Warner 18 from 11, Green 3 from 1 ball. I better elaborate on that point. I'm not sacking David Warner. Simply saying that with 2 years until the next World Cup, this tends to be when they recalibrate and shuffle the pack if they don't make it through to the next stage. So Warner will find himself in that boat after this competition, one way or the other.
Yeah, and the next World Cup is 2 years away. In Australia's next T20I after this is August 2023.
Yeah.
Playing a lot of Test cricket between now and then. So what's the incentive? At 38, would Warner still want to be playing T20 cricket?
Faruqi to go again. His second over to Green. Edged and taken at first slip. A straightforward chance high on the bat. Pouched by G39. The bodybuilder gives it big as he always does in celebration. Australia lose their first wicket with the score on 22. 1 ball into the 3rd over.
Sun's out, guns out for Gulbuddin Naib, like always. But Cam Green a bit too close for him to cut. Threw his bat at it. This was the gamble Australia were taking with sending this young man in. Came in with a lot of reputation in the last few months as being a power hitter. It hasn't worked out.
So Green faces 2 balls out for 3. So what do they say in T20? If you're going to get out quickly in a situation like that. And he still gives Mitch Marsh plenty of time inside the Tyre Power play, your trusted local.
Yeah, he just didn't give himself enough time. As I said earlier, Bharat, just give yourself 3 or 4 or 5 balls just to get yourself in, get the pace of the wicket. Back of the lens, which Faruqi's been bowling for his first over, and just, as we see, it's too close to cut. Great catch.
And especially with the start that Warner's given them at the other end, maybe Cam Green could have taken a couple more balls. If that's inexperience for you, big pressure game, you're thrown in with 1 goal. Everybody's been talking about Australia needing to make a big total. So I think that plays on your mind as well.
So in comes Marsh. Made 28 from 22 balls against Ireland on Monday. 17 against Sri Lanka in their previous start. Faruqi in the book, away from us. He's got the 1 slip still. Delivers Marsh's first ball, is full and driven out towards point. No single on the edge of the circle. Fielder's out at deep 3rd. Deep square leg. The ground pretty much all covered in shade already here at 6:45 local time.
It's interesting, right, Adam and Chad? Last year, nobody gave Australia a chance, but everything they tried in that World Cup worked out. Whether it was Matthew Wada's finisher, going in with your test seam attack. This year, there was hype around Tim David. He comes in, he's really not made much of an impact. Cam Green comes in, he hasn't done much. It's how they change in 12 months.
Faruqi to Marsh, his second ball, tries to pull, doesn't go anywhere. Inside edge onto pad, out into the offside. Got ball, stays at 1 for 22. We're in the 3rd over.
It's like he's just inside edge that onto his inner thigh there, Mitch Marsh. We generally see him come out and try and hit a 6 in his first 5 balls, don't we?
We saw that in the World Cup final. 77 not out last year to win the comp against New Zealand. First ball, straight 6. Here we go.
Such an explosive player. When you're swinging that hard and maybe on the knee, which...
Ouch.
That would hurt. There'll be ice pack on that later tonight.
Yes, watching it back for Beaumont, Tails knee bathroom where choose Beaumont's. That has gone right onto the knee. Yuck. Of course, he's already got an ankle niggle. He's barely bowled in the comp so far. He's been there as a specialist bat at number 3 for Australia.
Faruqi wouldn't want to get too straight here with a shorter boundary as mid-wicket goes out. So deep backward square and mid-wicket out for Mitchell Marsh.
So no one out on the offside. 5 inside the circle in that direction. Faruqi. City end, left arm over. Bowls to Marsh, who clips out towards the sweeper just behind square leg. He's off the mark from his 3rd delivery, 1 for 23.
Yeah, and like with Cameron Green, Mitchell Marsh gives himself some time. David Warner is the man with the hot hands right now. Just keep giving him the strike in this power play.
I think that's what the Australians have lacked throughout the tournament, haven't they? That player who's actually gone out there and just batted, or wanted to bat throughout the innings. Except they've gone out there all guns blazing and found themselves out as quickly as they came in. And that's where Steve Smith probably could have played his part in the side today. So if he gets his chance, we'll see how he goes about it.
So 2 balls left in the 3rd over. It's been a successful one already for Faruqi. Delivering here to Warner, who pulls through mid-wicket, finds the gap, helps it, times it towards the rope, and gets another boundary right in front of the Bradman Pavilion. Good shot, David Warner. Didn't try and overhit it.
She can't. He's a fast man out there. He's done that plenty of time for the Adelaide Strikers, but David Warner found the middle. Fast outfield here at Adelaide Oval. Races into the boundary again. David Warner moves to 22.
5 boundaries in that. So not mucking around Warner at a ground that he's made so many international runs across the 3 formats, including his 1 century in T20 international cricket. 100 not out against Sri Lanka back in 2019. He's made 23 scores above 50 in this format across his long career, going back all the way to the start in January 2009. He exploded onto the scene. Facing Faruqi here on leg stump defender back down the pitch. The end of the successful over for Afghanistan. Just 5 runs coming from it. 1 for 27 in a power play. Your trusted local. 3 overs gone.
Introducing Australia's most wanted. Unanimously judged as Cars of the Year. The fully electric Kia EV6. Winner of Wheels Car of the Year. And the Kia Sportage drives Car of the Year. To pick your side in this sibling rivalry, visit kia.com.au.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
New Zealand won earlier today. Australia and England, in all probability, going to be duking it out on net run rate in a couple of days. England currently at 0.547 in the positive. Australia negative 0.304, reflecting the fact that they got towed up by New Zealand by 89 runs, and they've not been able to drag it back despite convincing victories against Sri Lanka and Ireland, and that washout last week at the MCG.
That game against Ireland would have hurt Australia. 5 for 25, and they get them or let them get to 140. That was the game where they could have got the net run rate sorted, and that's pretty much the reason why Australia find themselves here.
Yeah, Ireland, Lorcan Tucker especially, did England a massive favour because it just changed the dynamic of the game on Tuesday between New Zealand and England. It was just about winning. Run rate wasn't a factor. Seam by Naveen. Cathedral in his first ball to Mitch Marsh on his hip. It's a short fine leg it goes, and David Warner's through for the single. Always quick between the wickets. 1 for 28. We're 1 ball into the 4th over.
Yeah, get Lorcan Tucker a county deal, 100 deal, T20 plus. If England go on to win this World Cup, they owe him a big favour.
So the way we've worked it out, Chad, everyone's had a go at this, right? We think about 60-odd runs should be enough to go ahead. But the problem is, that'll mean England, who play tomorrow, will know, well, right, we just need to win and win by a couple of runs. It's got to have to be more than a 60-run victory to give themselves something of a buffer if England do beat Sri Lanka at the SCG.
Yeah, that's right. And Sri Lanka have been playing some decent cricket. They've come up nice Asia Cup win and knocked off some decent sides in this tournament as well. So they're not going to be easy beats. England will have to be at their best, but as we know, they are one of the favourites for a reason.
So Naveen is running in from the Cathedral end. Bowls to Warner. He's playing nicely. Chops down hard here off the front foot. Out towards deep point. Gets a single. 1 for 29 with Warner after 22 from 13 balls with 5 boundaries already.
But that's the challenge in going around about this in this fashion, right? Like, if you have to chase something down, at least you have some control. You can change the batting order around. But how do you design a win which is by a certain number of runs? Because that depends a lot on how well the batters, the opposition batters go as well as you bowl. They still need to get out.
That's right. And there would have been that many meetings going on, Bharat. But if you don't come out here tonight and execute any of those plans, then the meetings don't matter.
Naveen Al-Haq into the side this evening. His first game of the competition. Bowls to Marsh here. Up and over the top of backward point. He sliced it. It doesn't matter with his kind of arms. One bounce over the rope. Marsh, 6 from 5. Australia, 1 for 33.
So you see, nice and full from Naveen, and a little bit of width for Mitch Marsh, and he loves that width. Just squirts it over backward point. 2 bounces in the fence. Mitch Marsh is away.
He's been Australia's best T20 batter the last 18 months or so. He's broke his way back into the side with those tours of Bangladesh and West Indies when nobody else did much. Won Australia World Cup. Hasn't really had a big game so far in this tournament. This has to be the night for him as well.
Naveen, who played in last year's World Cup, bowls here to Marsh, pace off, takes him down towards long on. 1 or 2 fielders outside the circle, well weighted, and Marsh is through for 2. Nicely played. Australia have started well. Might be an overthrow. Is an overthrow thanks to David Warner and his game awareness. More overthrows. Again. This time Afghanistan has calmed the farm. They still add 3 to the score though, Australia. And the captain Mohammad Nabi is not happy. 1 for 38. Moves Marsh up to 11.
And that's what 2020 cricket's about, isn't it? It's about high pressure moments, and David Warner's always putting the fielders under pressure to make mistakes, as we just saw. 2 overthrows. They can be crucial to the end of the game.
It was a wild throw towards Gurbaz. He had no chance of dragging it in the wicketkeeper. So back to David Warner, who changes his gloves, I think, between balls there. Ashton Agar running out, the sub for Australia, after sliding along the turf. He probably didn't need to slide, but Warner being Warner, you'll forgive him. There's already been 8, 9, 10, 11 runs taken from the over. 1 ball to come.
Just come out with that David Warner level of energy, hasn't he? He gets that Energizer Bunny thing about him on certain days. Doesn't happen always, but today just he's running amok with the Afghans here. With bat in hand, with running between the wickets. There was a very quickly run 2 in the first over as well. Putting a lot of pressure on them.
Warner still good numbers this year, averaging 35 and striking at 149 in T20 cricket. Facing Naveen, last ball, pushed out to cover, as you can hear through the stump mic. No run. 4 overs gone, 1 for 38. Australia, our power players of Attire Power, your trusted local, with Warner 23 and Marsh on 11.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors with the world's largest 18-volt LXT range and the revolutionary XGT 40-volt Max. Makita's Power Garden range will help you take control of your lawn without the need for messy fuel. Tame your hedges with less noise. Cut hardwood down to size with more power. Now, with a 5-year limited warranty on new cordless products. Makita, rule the outdoors.
Well, Jeep's first over was expensive from the Cathedral end, having 16 runs taken from it with 3 boundaries. He now comes on for a second over inside the power play from our Riverbank end. This mystery spin, learnt the Karen bowl rather, but watching Sunil Narayan bowl in the early days of T20. Delivers here to Marsh, up and over, deep square leg, into the second deck. Second 6 of the night. That's really gone. 1 for 44. Looking forward to seeing how many metres that travelled on the television broadcast. 1 for...
It's a great shot there from Mitch Marsh. A little bit straight again from Ajib. Marsh uses his long levers, gets down on one knee, sweeps hard. Sends it in the crowd for the first 6 of the night.
Just 74 metres, Brad. I'm a bit disappointed.
It is a short boundary out to the right of our
that is true.
Box.
We're over a couple of pitches from where the India-Bangladesh game was played midweek. Full here from Ajib in response, and Marsh is able to take 1 down the ground towards long on. Ibrahim Zadran does the fielding. The field is outside the circle at deep square, which is where Marsh plonked it over a couple of balls ago. And long on, just 2 outside the circle in a tyre power play, a trusted local.
That ball was still travelling. I think Jared Rook cleared King William Road.
Well, that's towards where the Richardson Gates are, of course, in the old days of Adelaide Oval with the very narrow square boundaries. That might have gone through the gates for a goal. G bowls here to Warner. It goes across the line out towards square leg in front of the pavilion. The sweeper cuts it off. They get through for an easy single. 1 for 46 halfway through the 5th over. Mujib's already had 24 runs taken from 9 balls. That's a problem for Afghanistan.
Very much so. And I was already thinking about how Australia are going to play those 4 Rashid Khan overs. What is the plan? A lot of teams just play him out, don't give him wickets. Australia can't afford to do that today. They have to go after him as well.
Mujib to Marsh. Already on 18. Make that 19 with a single into the onside. An easy one at that. The fielding done by the man at mid-wicket, Usman Ghani, the opening bat at 1 for 47 with 2 balls left in over number 5.
The positivity that brought against Mujib has changed his length just like that.
Mujib delivers to Warner. Fraction shorter, flat batted down towards long on. Warner 25, 1 for 48.
The switch hit from Warner, the sweep shot from Marsh. Now he's firing them in full, which is against his strength. So Australia will be happy with the way they've definitely started against Mujib here.
I think there's another 6 coming.
Last ball of the over to Marsh. It's a fraction slower through the air, so Marsh knocks it on the head, retains the strike. He moves to 20 at the end of 5 overs. Australia 1 for 49, and our coverage is a Host Plus. That's a plus.
Red Energy was awarded the 2022 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs, and what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
SEN T20 World Cup cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Adam Collins, Chad Sayers and Bharat Sundaresan with you on the call on a glorious night at Adelaide Oval. City of Churches, and it's the Cathedral End where the 6th over will start from. And back to Naveen Al-Haq. 11 runs taken from his first over. Fielders out at long on and deep mid-wicket for Marsh, and Marsh bisects them. He looked for 2. He's timed it so well that they'll only get 1. 1 for 50, the first milestone up in 5.1 overs. Marsh 21 from 12.
The perfect start for Australia, isn't it? They would have wanted to go out there and execute their plans they've talked about. This would have been one of them. Get off to a flyer. And let the Maxwells and the Stoinis's come in and do their thing.
Marcus Stoinis was the other Australian with an injury, well, a reported injury coming out of the game against Ireland. We never quite got to the bottom of that, did we, Bharat? I mean, originally we heard hamstring, then we heard side, and I'm not sure if we ever really know what was doing there, but he certainly trained yesterday, didn't he?
He did, yeah, for a long time. He just bowled that 1 over and walked off against Ireland.
Yeah, bowled well too, got a wicket. And that was it, that was his night. Naveen Al-Haq bowls, Warner switch hit, bowls! I say switch hit. Before the ball was bowled, he went right-handed. Then he lost what became his off-stump, a most unusual dismissal. Warner bowled for 25, Australia 2 for 50 with still 4 balls left in the power play. That's going to make for an ugly replay for Beaumont Tiles. Need bathroom wear, choose Beaumont's.
He is the most ambidextrous batter in the Australian side. I've seen him bat left and right-handed in the nets back-to-back, but this is just a bizarre dismissal. Because he just completely turned around. He became a right-hander and then just lost his off-stump. The ball kind of was a beautiful ball if you were bowling to a right-hander.
Did he have time to adjust there, Chad? I mean, in that situation, if you see Warner go that early, would have Naveen had enough time to go right and that internal computer recalculate where he was going to land it?
Definitely. I think with Naveen's action, it shapes up to a right-hander much better than a lefty. And David Warner was going so well. 25 off not so many balls, and then why would you play that shot? I know he's good at switch hitting, but that's against spin. I've never seen him do this against the quicks.
So Stephen Smith walks out at number 4. Cricket Ground DJ going for in excess, don't change.
Well, that's Smith not happening. Stephen Smith's not going to change.
No, that's right. Smith, who was a mainstay of this Australian T20 side and Found himself out of the starting 11 before this World Cup. Back in for the crucial game that's going to finish the group stage off. Naveen to him here. Smith's first ball. Defends back down the pitch. No runs. So 3 balls left in the power play. 2 for 50. Marsh down the other end on 21.
Steve Smith hasn't been playing, but it hasn't stopped him from training a lot. As just a replay of that dismissal, it came back in a long way. And he telegraphed it as well. He did it so early that I think Chad Naveen-ul-Haq would have had a good view of him doing it.
100% he would have. He went that early. He really loaded up in his action, didn't he? So to be able to change your length and your line is pretty easy at that stage of the setup.
Smith, the highest score of 37 not out in T20 Is this year. Facing Naveen-ul-Haq. Bowls to him here. Drives out to cover. Waits the call. No single. With 4 men inside the ring. 2 balls left in the 6th over.
Especially because David Warner had got to 27 without taking any risks. The ball was coming off his bat beautifully. And yeah, if Australia don't make it through, that dismissal will be played and replayed for a while, you'd think.
There'll be a lot of traditionalists out there, Bharat, who will be dissecting David Warner's shot at the moment.
I guess the thing is with switch hits, usually it requires kind of full commitment to the bit and you're really swinging hard. He didn't have a chance to there. It was a good bit of bowling, good adjustment. Levine bowls here, carving away. Smith behind point, gets a boundary, 3rd ball. Had enough time to get a good look at that one. And as you say, Chad Sayers, short side of the ground tonight towards the football stand. 1 will make that 2 for 54. Smith 4 from 3 deliveries.
He just gave Steve Smith a little bit of width on the back of a leg. Not much pace in the wicket, and that's easy picking for Steve Smith. Gets his account off to a flyer with a boundary. Nice for him to start finding the middle of the bat.
Watching Naveen back there for Beaumont Tiles. It almost looks like Jasmine Boomer in that final step. Really opens up, lets the ball go very late.
He'd be half as good as him. He'd love that, wouldn't he?
He'd take that. Naveen to finish his 2nd over. Close to the stumps. Hit Smith on the pad. Close shout for leg before. Given. The finger goes up. Decision for Stephen Smith to make. From our angle at deep 3rd. Difficult on first impression, but it certainly went beyond the inside edge. And Steve Smith, being Steve Smith, will almost certainly review.
He does.
And he does. Because Smith, he doesn't like getting out, so he always reviews. So Smith goes upstairs, challenging the decision of umpire Langton Bresser. We'll get a replay in a moment.
I wonder if the ball's straight in. Naveen-ul-Haq has the ability to do that, comes wide of the crease, gets the angle in, and gets it straight in. Holds the leg cutter quite a bit. Smith wasn't very confident. Generally, he goes very early for the DRS. Took a long time. Chad Sayers had his finger up, though.
So let's watch it here. First replay, Chad Sayers, talk us through it.
Just wide of the crease, angles in. Steve Smith gets across his stumps. Just above the knee roll, but...
Smith's walking off. He's seen one replay. Brett, you're the umpire in this room. That's hit him in line with the off stump. The only thing it could be doing, conceivably, is going over, but that seems far-fetched even.
Yeah, and he's come right across his stumps as well, so you can see leg stump very clearly. And this should be hitting just over middle of middle.
So we get the ball tracking technology. It's 2 reds to begin, and it is, 3 reds. That's hitting leg stump way beneath the bails. So Stephen Smith has been dismissed leg before wicket for 4 from 4 balls. They end the power play with 2 wickets in the over. 3 for 54. We'll take a break with SEN T20 World Cup Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
This November, Brumby's Bakery is once again partnering with Movember, the leading global men's mental health charity. For the month of November, you'll see Mo's on Loaves in all Brumby's bakeries. With 30 cents from every Mo loaf sold going to Movember, there's never been a better time to break bread with a mate, a son, a father, a partner. Buy a loaf and start a conversation. Our dough can help save a bro. Brumby's, handcrafted by local bakers.
So Steve Smith to be replaced by Marcus Stoinis, who's having a really good competition. Made a 17-ball half-century against Sri Lanka when Australia really needed him. 59 not out from 18 deliveries that night, 35 from 25 against Ireland. as we said before, but there seemed to be a bit of a niggle with Stoinis on Monday, but back in the side tonight. And Gulbuddin Naib, the former captain, he wasn't in the squad, got brought into the squad when Nasratul Azaizai was out with an abdominal strain the other day. Straight in the team, the all-rounder, the former captain, the former bodybuilder. Bowl some seam up, and if he takes a wicket, look out, he'll have those guns out. That's his thing. His 56th T20 international. He's taken 20 wickets at 35. Fielders outside the circle at deep point. The third man on the offside. Bowls here. First ball, Marsh dropped that point. That was uppish. Or should I say that was played on the up. And the fielder at backward point had not a lot of work to do. It came to him quite slowly, Bharat.
I think Najibullah Zadran, the veteran, grabbed at it. You're right. I think he expected it to come at him a lot faster. You can see he just grabs at it and it just bounces out of his hand. What a big drop that is.
I tell you what, that might be a moment we're talking about later, Chad.
It's a massive let-off for Australia there. Mitch Marsh. They don't come easier than that. Gets a second chance, and I'm sure for an Australian fan, your hearts were in your mouth there.
That's the first ball after the power play. Previous over 2 wickets to finish it. Afghanistan on top here, at least as far as wickets are concerned. Stoinis' first ball at the middle of the bat towards the sweeper at deep point. He's
Hulk
1 from 1, 3 for 54. Hulk versus
Hulk. Will we see Marcus Stoinis just send one over the ropes and give him that big Hulk?
I know, I mean, this is almost like a bodybuilding competition right now, right? Gulbuddin Naib, the Bison, Mitchell Marsh on strike, the Hulk, the big rig, Marcus Stoinis at the other end.
They should find time to get a photograph together after the game. It's Marsh on strike here, 22. Gulbuddin to him past the outside edge. Just the way the Gulbuddin responded, it looked like he wasn't even appealing. He thought he found the edge, but not to be. But Afghanistan having a good couple of overs here. So, seeing the back of David Warner, big moment in the 6th over. 4 balls later, Stephen Smith out leg before wicket. Burns a review as well.
Just that ball that I almost thought Chad Sayers had led the commentary box and he was out there. That was such a Chad Sayers delivery.
Good to get the stumps out of it, Sayers. Gulbuddin delivers to Mitchell Marsh, who's on the front foot, pushing out to backward point, this time along the carpet. No run.
I was going to say, the only similarities between us two are our pipes. Right?
True. Yeah, but what an over for Naveen ul Haq, getting David Warner and Steve Smith out.
To think that Naveen ul Haq, despite being the only bowler who made it from one World Cup to the next, with the exception of Nabi, from the seam contingent at least, that he didn't get a game against Sri Lanka or England. As I say, with that kind of whippy action out the front, always gets the ball moving around. 2 wickets already to his name, 2 big ones as well. What they would give for another here. Mitchell Marsh, the number 3 on strike, facing up to Gulbuddin, and the inside part of the bat, the ball spills back down the pitch. Got nothing of that. Tidy over, just a couple of singles.
With Steve Smith gone, Rashid Khan becomes even bigger danger now.
So when do they pull that lever?
ASAP.
Because normally they leave him, right? Normally the plan when he's playing for the strikers is get him as deep as they can.
If they can get one of these and get Maxwell in, after that, Wade hasn't batted much. And then the rest is a lottery, really, isn't it? Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc can hit a few sixes.
3 out on the leg side, 2 on the offside. Gulbuddin Naib bowls here to Mitch Marsh, and he'll get at least 1. He's weighted it pretty well, so they'll consider 2, but Stoinis isn't up for it. Understandably so. Good piece of fielding in from the sweeper. 3 for 55 from 7 overs. Just 3 singles from that set. Our coverage is for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Having out-of-balance tyres causes uneven tread wear and an uncomfortable ride. You'll also cop excess wear on your suspension and other parts of your vehicle. If you experience severe vibration while driving, especially highway speeds, get your tyres dynamically balanced at your local Tyre Power store straight away.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power.
Get the power!
Here's the man who loves this ground. How about the response? It's Rashid Khan. It's the number 1 bowler in the world. Takes his T20 international wickets at 14. Goes just a tick over a runner ball, and he's made this place his own.
And the only man playing today who gets free haircuts in Adelaide. Even Chad Sayers doesn't get free haircuts.
How do you know?
Guessing.
Rashid Khan's first ball here, sweeping smash round the corner, places it well, deep backward square with work to do. They'll have enough time on the bobble to get a second. Not taken cleanly out there by Usman Ghani. So 3 for 59. Marsh is 23 from 17. He's been slowed down in the last couple of overs. Wickets will do that.
Yeah, does his role change now? He came in firing. David Warner was going at the other end. Like Chad said, there's Glenn Maxwell to come after this. Matthew Wade, who hasn't batted much, captain for the first time in a World Cup game.
Rashid, who picked up Asalanka and Mendez a couple of days ago at the Gabba. Reverse sweep from Marsh. Pass backward point. Gets a single. Collected by Mujib. Racing in from the football stand. It moves along to 3-4-58. The scoreboard's just a tick behind today. Marsh 24.
Must be a plan that they had coming to this game to really use their sweep shots against Rashid Khan and Mujib. Mitch Marsh, we just saw reverse sweep, first ball sweep. Put them off their length, put them off their line early.
Mujib has 44 wickets at the Adelaide Oval in T20 cricket at 17. And 92 for the strikers all up. Going to just a run a ball. Of course, winning the competition here a few years ago. Rashid bowls and Stoinis goes across his stumps and takes one out the deep square leg. It'll be his lock. He's faced 2 balls for 2 singles, 3 for 59, halfway through the 8th over.
Just going back to that roar around the ground. When you think Adelaide strikers, and as good as Travis Head and Alex Carey are, but the first name that comes to most people's tongues is Rashid Khan. That's the impact he's had coming all the way from Afghanistan.
Still just 24. Again, Mitch Marsh early into the sweep position. It's a fraction shorter. He flat bats it out the deep square towards the pavilion. 3 for 60, Marsh 25.
And you just hit the nail on the head. He's just 24. I think he's going to end up with Sachin Tendulkar-like figures with the ball in T20 cricket. I don't know anyone will ever catch up whenever he finishes up or whenever he finishes up.
Number 1 bowler in the world delivers here. Stoinis again is able just to ease a single down the ground. Stoinis is going to play himself in, as is his way. He's 3 from 3. 3 for 61 left, 1 left in the 8th over. And maybe they will manage the Rashid overs. But we see that in the IPL all the time, don't we? Like, teams do not go at him in the IPL. Plane goes over the top. Watching Rashid bowl to Mitchell Marsh, who again is down the ground. He'll retain the strike. And over with just 6 runs, make that 7 runs coming from it. 8 gone, 3 for 62 after Australia was sent in. Marsh 26, Stoinis on 3. And SEN T20 World Cup cricket is for Host Plus. That's a plus.
You adapt to the changes in your life, so why shouldn't your home? A Duncan Thompson Home Extension will make it happen.
Duncan Thompson Extensions takes care of everything from the design to the permits to the build. And they're a family business that's been extending homes for over 40 years, so they know what's most important. From concept to completion, they'll plan, design and extend your slice of the world outwards or upwards. It's good to be home.
DuncanThompson.com.au.
3 for 62. Gulbuddin Naib to start his 2nd over. Just 3 from the first. He's got a deep third out for Mitchell Marsh. Goes out towards deep square leg. The sweeper in that direction reaches him on the bounce. Didn't make full contact. Usman Ghani does the fielding. 3 for 63. I mentioned before, Bharat, Marsh has been decidedly slowed down in the last maybe 4 overs now.
Yeah, his rhythm's just gone. Came out, hit that big 6. He's looking very good. And then just the last 7 or 8 deliveries, like you said, Adam, after 2 wickets, he's not coming off the middle of his bat. He's trying to hit it too hard.
Stoinis' turn. Basing up to Gulbuddin and punching again right at the middle of the bat. One thing for Stoinis so far, he's got 4 from 4, but they've all been middle to the sweepers. 3 for 64, went 2 balls into over number 9.
Yeah, started his innings well, Stoinis, as you said, finding the middle of the bat, working into his innings. We know how explosive he can be once he's in.
Big role to play tonight in the absence of Tim David as well. Stoinis and Maxwell and Wade through the middle overs. Up and over the top this time goes Mitchell Marsh. That'll probably carry. It does. But a long boundary at Adelaide Oval, didn't middle it, doesn't matter. Mitch Marsh, his second big one. He's up to 33 from 22. 8 runs already from the first 3 balls of the over.
We're talking about him not finding the middle of the bat, Mitch Marsh, but Gilberton just gave him a length ball there just to be able to get under and free his arms. And Mitch Marsh, we know how strong he is, sends it over long off for 6.
I mean, for so long, hitting that low on the bat could be an opportunity for the fielding team, but it's got 84 metres. It's like the 6 we saw a couple of nights ago with Liam Livingston, 98 metres off the Q end of the bat. I mean, you can see that with these strong power hitters who practice that kind of shot. When they don't quite get to it, they can still get enough power through the ball to go the whole way.
That's where power hitting has completely changed the game. Yeah, there's so much talk about bats and how much meat bats carry. There's also the swing of the bat and just how they use their shoulders and their hips. I think a lot of that has come into the game as well.
So Marsh facing Gulbadeen. Goes again. That's a much better shot. One bounce, races through the gambit cover for 4. Smashing into the advertising signs. So 10 runs from 2 balls. Maybe that will light a fire under the West Australian all-rounder. 37 from 23. 3 for 74 from 8.4 overs. And that'll just give them a bit of respite after those 2 wickets in terms of resetting and thinking about a big score in about half an hour from now.
Yeah, any width at the Adelaide Oval goes a journey, doesn't it? Mitch Marsh did that again.
Gulbadeen, 2 left in the over to Marsh. Off-pace, slower ball. Smacks it out the deep square leg. Misfield 4 more. It was Mujeeb Rahman out there. Had work to do to his right in the direction of the scoreboard. Got to the contest, but it bobbled over his knee. Suddenly a big over, just when Australia needed something like that. 16 runs, 1 ball to come, 3 for 78.
Yeah, under pressure now, Gulbadeen Naib. Changed this length, 2 full balls have travelled, tried the slow one. Should have been stopped at the boundary, but again, this is the length he should be bowling at them.
Gulbadeen up to the crease. 1 ball left in the over. Slower ball, Yorker lands it. Marsh finds the man. An extra cover on the edge of the circle. There'll be no single there, but there were 16 runs from the over. 9 gone. 3 for 78 the score. SEN T20 World Cup cricket is for Host Plus. That's a plus with Marsh on 41, Stoinis on 4.
Your home of tennis is The First Serve, live weekly on SEN, other themed podcasts, online at thefirstserve.com.au and on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram with all the latest news and results. Join us live Monday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern thanks to GLG Green Life Group, leaders in property services at Open Space Management at glgcorp.com. Taking your calls or on the tennisdirect.com.au text, Australia's #1 online tennis store. Use the code FIRSTSERVE10 to get a nice discount. The First Serve across the SEN network and the SEN app.
So back to Marcus Stoinis against Rashid Khan. Rashid's got a great record against Stoinis. He's got him out 3 times in 31 balls. Matchup they've enjoyed historically. Bowls here. Stoinis goes back to Rashid, picks out extra cover. These sides have never played in the T20 International, but these big name players, they're up against each other in all sorts of competitions. Be it the Big Bash, IPL, PSL, CPL, you name it, they're there. Rashid bowls here, close to the stump. Stoinis off his hip, gets it out to deep backward square, gets his 5th single, 3 for 79.
Incredible when you think about it, right? Like Rashid Khan, Mohammad Nabi and Mujeeb between them would have played more games of T20 cricket in Australia than some of the Australians in that camp. Especially the senior guys who don't play much BBL or haven't in the last 6-7 years.
That goes deep point for Mitch Marsh. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square. Rashid, Cathedral end bowls full. Marsh helps it down to long off. Easy single, 42 from 26.
And you think
him 3 for 80 to score halfway through over 10.
You think playing against each other all the time around the world, all year round, batsmen would be able to figure out Rashid Khan, wouldn't you? But he's just so good and no one can.
Kind of goes both ways, doesn't it? Once he's on top of you, the stump's almost always in play. Delivers here to Stoinis, who leans and drives square out towards the Max Bashir stand. They get 1. 3 for 82. He's 6.
And just on Rashid Khan, the way he's changed how other leg spinners around the world think about T20 bowling. Look at someone like Ish Sodhi, who's now, after playing a lot of international cricket in the last couple of years,
Bowls again, this time to Marsh, knows the call, finds cover, good dot, 2 of them in the over, only 3 runs with 1 ball to come.
Has changed his approach and started trying to be more like Rashid Khan, a little more over the top, keep the stumps in mind, and that's what Rashid Khan does. He's always at the stumps.
Last ball before drinks, Marsh on strike, he's 42. Rashid Khan to him here, flat and pulled out towards mid-wicket, hits it really well. There's a bobble from the sweeper, which will give them the chance to get back for a second run. So Australia at the halfway mark, a 3 for 83. We're still in us on 6, Marsh on 44. Our coverage is for Host Plus, and that's a plus. There are drinks on the field.
Sustained performance in cricket is more than just one great innings. It's about performing consistently day after day, match after match. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today. Winning in cricket is hard. You need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Bowls to Warner here, reverse sweep, gets hold of it, over the top of backward point. Australia have a second boundary. Green edged and taken at first slip. A straightforward charge high on the bat, pounced by Gulbadeen. Australia lose their first wicket with the score on 22, 1 ball into the third over. Delivers here to Marsh, up and over, deep square leg, into the second deck. Second 6 of the night. Bowls Warner, switch hit, bowls. I say switch hit, before the ball was bowled he went right-handed. Then he lost what became his off stump, a most unusual dismissal. Close to the stumps. Hit Smith on the pad, close, shout for leg before, given. So Australia have lost wickets at 22, 50 and 54. Green, Warner and Smith respectively. 2 of those coming in the final over of the Thai power play. Warner and Smith, 2 veterans. Warner was out switch hitting, but not quite. He changed his hands over, fronted up right-handed and lost his off stump, what became his off stump. And Stephen Smith, leg before wicket to the same bowler, Naveen Al-Haq. 4 from 4 balls, he reviewed it. He was hitting leg stump 3/4 of the way up. First man to go was Cameron Green. Caught a first slip by Gulbadeen, back in the team. Fasil Haq Faruqi. They've used 5 bowlers, Afghanistan, for 2 overs each. Elliott. They'll start the second half with Mujib Rahman, who's been the most expensive of those on show. None for 27 from 2. The man who's played so much around the world in recent years. Known for his economy rate, not so much today. Mujib bowls to Stoinis, first ball after the break. Hits a 7th single, he's 7 from 8 balls. This is usually when Stoinis goes right. I'm going to start living the Vida Loca. 3 for 83 the score.
Australia set themselves up well here, haven't they? If these 2 can bat for another 2 or 3 overs.
G bowls to Marsh, who plays out through point where there is a sweeper again. So 1 run it will be. 44 for him, 3 for 85 Australia. We're 2 balls into over 11.
And it could have been a totally different story if Mitch Marsh was dropped on mid-20s. 2 wickets before that in the previous over as well. Australia would have been on the back foot.
Bowling here again is Mujib, and off the back foot once more. This time Stoinis, 8 from 9. They are just going through in 3rd gear here and laying their foundation. We saw last night how quickly things can change at the SCG. Pakistan at one stage 43 for 4 and then ended up making in excess of 185. Mujib delivers, sweeping. Oh, it doesn't sweep. Top edge there from Marsh. Wicket keeper underneath it and taken. Running back with the flight was Ramanullah Gurbaz. Marsh can't believe it. Looking straight up. Looks like a conventional sweep out towards the sweeper at deep square leg for a single. Instead, Afghanistan have a 4th wicket, and it's the man who was set. Mitch Marsh gone for 45 from 30 deliveries, 4 for 86.
Mujib has never been the easiest spinner to sweep against. He gets that little bit of bounce. You're not sure always which way it's turning. And it was the line of the ball as well, Chad. It was much wider than the other sweeps that Mitch Marsh played off or played against. The huge breakthrough for Afghanistan and Australia. Mujib redeeming himself to an extent. Good catch as well. It was swirling in the air. The keeper with the helmet on can't be easy.
And as we've seen throughout the tournament, Mitch Marsh just getting himself into a position where he can take the game away from the opposition. But again, a false shot. Finds himself walking off.
Where Maxwell walks to the middle when these sides met. The World Cup in 2015 made 88 from 39 balls. What they would give us something like that tonight. Of course, that was the 50-over format of the game. But Maxwell is the kind of guy who can really lift the run rate in a hurry. And needless to say, that'll be his riding instructions here. Won't be easy against Mujib, but they've played loads against each other. Mujib, 2 balls left in the 11th over. Maxwell's first ball finds a leading edge. Doesn't go anywhere, but advantage bowler. That might be at the front of the hand, the Karen ball. Stays at 4 for 86.
He's a big game player, Glenn Maxwell, and he'll love this occasion. He'll love having the freedom to go out there and just play his shots.
Mujib, last ball of his 3rd over. Maxwell plays conventionally, beats cover. Wide of the man at long off. There should be a second there for the Victorian, and there is. So Maxwell off the mark from the last ball of the 11th over. Another successful one for Afghanistan, and just 5 runs coming from it. Australia 4 for 88 after 11.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. With leading industry rates and ongoing training, State Transport are the best employers for local couriers, heavy rigids and semis. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Hola, at La Cabra, we make the GOAT Mexican food. The GOAT, you ask? The greatest of all time. Made with our special spicy twist. You'll be licking your lips in anticipation of a full belly, Mexican style. Visit lacabramexican.com.au for your nearest restaurant.
Seeing reports on social media from Laurie Colliver, who was on Jared Waitley's show yesterday talking about net run rate. Proud South Australian as well, like you two men. Loz says there was a 5-ball over in this innings, the 4th over, bowled by Naveen Al-Haq. Only 5 deliveries sent down. You don't see that in T20 cricket. So 119 balls for Australia to face. Another one here. It's like Mohammad Nabi into the attack for the first time. The captain, the 37-year-old, played with respect by Stoinis out to point. Just taking a look. He's 8 from 10. Need to go through the gears here, Australia. Flied it up to Stoinis, who takes a big piece of that. That's gone a long way into the second deck at deep mid-wicket. The first time Stoinis has really swung the bat hard. He's 14 from 11. That's the 4th 6 of the innings, with Australia up to 4 for 94.
Mohammad Nabi into the attack, and he just puts that on a tee for Marcus Stoinis. Floats it over the eye line with not much on it. Stoinis said, yep, I'll have some of that. That'll be close to 100 metres, that's 6.
Nabi from the cathedral end delivers here. Stoinis goes again, but down the ground, gets straight enough that it'll be a challenge for the long on to cut it off. He does, only just. They get back for 2. Stoinis 16 from 12. That's better from him. 4 for 96 becomes the score. Nabi, such a great story if you step back from the here and now with Afghanistan out of the tournament, but he's been with Afghanistan since the very start of their miraculous journey to full member status in 2018. Nabi to the crease here. Bowls to Stoinis, up over towards deep point, bounces once, collected by the sweeper. Mujib Ar-Rahman doing the work. Mujib Ar-Rahman rather doing the work out there. 4 for 97. Stoinis 17.
But also this means that with Rashid Khan bowling 2 overs, Mujib now having taken a wicket, Australia have identified the off spinner as someone they need to take apart.
Nabi in his 6th World Cup. Led this side at the 2015 50-over World Cup. Bowling here to Maxwell, slays him through the cover region and gets a boundary. There was a sweeper, but he had no chance. So Maxwell's 3rd ball reaches the rope. He's 6 from 3. Australia bring up their 100. 4 for 101. 1 ball left in the 12th.
It's a nice piece of batsmanship from Glenn Maxwell. Just open the hands. Got to pass to the left of cover and beat deep cover with the timing of it. Glenn Maxwell looks on tonight.
So Nabi's had 13 runs taken from 5 balls. 3 out on the leg side. They stay with the same field. Bowls again to Maxwell. Pace off that delivery. Sharply spun. Maxwell just knocks it out to deep mid wicket for an easy single. He's 7 from 4. There are 14 runs from Nabi's first. 12 overs gone. Australia 4 for 102. SEN T20 World Cup cricket is for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Sustained performance in cricket is more than just one great innings. It's about performing consistently day after day, match after match. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
So Mujeeb to bowl out here, took a wicket in his third over, 1 for 32. Shot on the Beaumont tile screen. Matthew Wade in next. Bowling here, Maxwell crossed the line, out towards deep backward square. No one's cutting that off. It's almost a standing sweep shot. Finds the most awkward angles. He's already up to 11 from 5 balls with a couple of fours in that. 4 for 106, 1 ball into over 13, Chad Sayers.
He would have known where backward square leg was there, Glenn Maxwell. Just moved across his stumps. Mujeeb, he's dangerous when he's hitting the stumps, but Glenn Maxwell took full toll of that and just beat short fine leg, raced away to the fence for 4.
Maxwell and Stoinis love batting together. Mujeeb to the crease. Maxwell catches the call. Out to deep cover. There'll be a chance to dive. Not quite. It looked like there'll be a chance to dive. In the end, slipping over as Rashid Khan doesn't quite get to the contest. Maxwell up to 13 from 6. He did slip over. 4 for 108.
Stayed up in the air for a long time, so Rashid Khan had enough time to get to it. I think just maybe a couple of yards too short in the end.
So Mujeeb away from us. Bowls to Glenn Maxwell at the front of the hand here. Maxwell plays it watchfully out to cover. Knows the call.
That would have been a great opportunity for Rashid Khan to just get this crowd involved. His home fans for the strikers. In front of the members on the western side of Adelaide Oval.
Mujeeb bowls here. Maxwell shorter. Slaps it to long off. Catches the call but land. Again, a few metres in front of the sweeper. It's the captain Nabi on this occasion. So Maxwell hit a lovely 4 to start, but then shakes a couple of them. He's still 14 from 8, and along with Stoinis, they are Australia's best bet to get to somewhere north of 200. If they can be there at the end. Stoinis' turn, 17 from 13. Faces Mujeeb, full toss, flat, taken down to long on. Fielded by Ibrahim Sadran. 4 for 110. 1 ball left in the over.
It was Marcus Stoinis who really inserted some life into Australia's campaign against Sri Lanka at Perth. They looked pretty flat before that.
Mujeeb to finish his spell to Maxwell, a bit shorter. Maxwell gets it wide of the man at cover. Long off. Nabi with work to do, cuts it off just inside the boundary rope. They come back for a second. So Mujeeb finishes his 4 overs with 1 for 42. A busy over for the home side as they make their way to 4 for 112. They've got 7 overs left.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. If you have a truck, crave a work-life balance and the option to work your way, become an owner-driver for State Transport. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Whatever your day has in store, you've got this with a McCafe iced coffee. Expertly crafted with a shot of rich espresso, fresh milk and ice. It's barista made ice cold. Head to drive-thru for a McCafe iced coffee. Now that's coffee fit for an Aussie.
Adam Collins with the Pride of South Australia, Bharat Sundaresan, and the other bloke who took over 300 wickets for them, Chad Sayers. It's going to be another South Australian, Rashid Khan, taking up the attack from the Cathedral end. I was up that way today, gorgeous part of town. Rashid, just 12 runs coming from his 2 overs so far.
It's like watching the strikers versus the stars all of a sudden. For all you BBL aficionados out there.
Stoinis and Maxwell, 2 men that have hit huge hundreds in the Big Bash. Stoinis, the biggest scorer in the competition's history, and Maxwell hit a 150 last year, didn't he? Stoinis first on 18. So Rashid has got him out 3 times. Shout for league before, turned down by umpire Raseri. I don't think they're going to review, even though Stoinis was reversing. There's just a lot going on there, isn't there? I suppose they've got the 2 reviews. Where's Nabi?
They've given it runs.
Yeah,
so.
Nabi says, yes, why not? Let's do it. And we know this particular umpire's already made one quite bad error today, having a 5 ball over, so they might chance their hand on that front.
They have 2 reviews, and
Yeah.
Maybe hit outside the line of off stump was my gut feel. He does get a reasonable stride out with his front foot. Rashid Khan looks very confident though. Rashid Khan looks very confident. He went down on one knee, and even now you can see this will tell us. It was googly. Came back in. Just outside off stump. Well outside off stump, the impact.
Let's phone up the third umpire here. Bit of dramatic music.
Keep through for me, please. Keep going through, keep running through. Keep going through.
Who needs a third umpire when you got
passes the gloves and the
Sacker umpire, first grade man, Bharat Sundaresan. He knows what's going on.
Ready, please.
Just looked a little bit awkward playing that.
Decision not out.
Stoy, didn't he?
Pitching that off. Impact outside. Langton, you can stay with your original decision of not out. Stand by. You on screen signal now.
So Adrian Holstock confirms the decision. Not out it is. Stoinis 18, 4 for 112.
Just for your budding umpires out there, it's very rare that a ball hits a batter outside off stump and the ball goes towards backward point. It generally means that it was hit outside off stump.
Special comments, Bharat Sundaresan. Rashid bowls here to Maxwell. Gets tangled up and the ball isn't far away from the woodwork by the time it stops. Dot ball.
Trying to play a real fine sweep, standing up, going Maxwell there, and just say caught the inside of the bat and just nearly dragged on the leg stump.
So bowls here. Maxwell reverse sweeping. Well, almost switch hitting. It's going to be 4. Doesn't get all of it. 3 fielders converge. It don't matter. Hits the rope in front of the football stand. Maxwell up to 20 from 10 balls. Australia 4 for 118 for a couple of balls in to the 14th over. Bharat Sundaresan.
Yeah, they're going for bust here. They're going after Rashid Khan. They have no other choice now, Australia. It's now or never.
I think that's part of this, isn't it? Like the foundation laid as it is. They've just got to go to the finish line. There's no room for anything other than that. Maxwell jumping around in his crease. In the end, knocks it down to long on. He'll want a second. Can Stoinis meet him? No, he can't. Allowed call from Maxwell in the end. He's 21 from 11, 4 for 119. So we've got 6.5 overs left, Chad. They've got to find a route to 200.
Yeah, correct. They got to go now, don't they? Take a risk. Get after Rashid Khan.
Stoinis on 18. So Rashid bowls to him again. A shout for leg before it spills out towards short fine. There'll be no single there. Direct hit, which gives them the chance to get through for the overthrow. Fazal Haq Faruqi was trying to execute the run out. Rashid Khan. It's like, in hindsight, maybe you should have held that, mate. It's 4 for 122 left in over 14.
Rashid Khan's been left frustrated a few times by his fielders this evening.
Words out of my mouth, right?
So Maxwell, there's 3 out on the leg side. He won't care about that. That's the long side of the ground. He won't care about that either. There's the gap at backward point for the reverse and the gap. Extra cover for the switch hit. Plays the sweep, doesn't get it. Rashid's appealing for leg before. Trending down the leg side. That's the end of the over, according to the up. That's a 5-ball over for the second time. They're going to have to go and re-bowl that. First ball was a wide. That is unbelievable.
How do you get that wrong?
That is unbelievable.
With the technology.
Twice in the same innings, over's been called in a T20 International at a World Cup by the same umpire after 5 balls. Rashid does bowl the 6th this time. Maxwell will retain the strike with a clip at the deep mid-wicket. More scrutiny on that in a moment. 4 for 121 after 14. Maxwell 22, Stoinis 18.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Time to renovate and want Aussie made? Check out Beaumont's Aussie made specials. Not $40 a square metre, priced from just $17.95. All other Aussie floor tiles 20% off, plus hybrid flooring up to 20% off too. Choose Beaumont's and save.
4 for 121. So we've had the 5-ball over and over number 4, which we're trying to get to the bottom of. Difficult with just the 3 of us here. We're kind of following it through Twitter. But the overthrow in that 4th over prompted the confusion rather. Warner then gets gloves changed, which adds to it. 1 more ball is bowled after the gloves get changed, and they call the over off. Now, on that occasion, That was just a miscount.
It was.
I mean, you're an umpire, Bharat. We spent probably more time than we should talking about this, but I mean, you have to have a system when someone's bowled a wide to...
Of course you do.
Not click it over.
Doesn't have enough rocks in his hand, Bharat.
Big Gulbadine. Here he goes again. Away from us. Bowls to Maxwell, who pops him into the football stand. 20 rows back. Says, thank you very much. You want to bowl length to me? I'll send you all over the place. He's 28 from 14. You can do the math on the strike rate there. That's a 267th 6 of the competition. That flashed up on the Beaumont tail screen. Australia 4 for 127. One ball in to over number 15.
Stood his ground there, Glenn Maxwell, behind the crease. Back of a leg, just swiveled his hips and timed the ball beautifully into the stands.
Big over this for Australia. They'll be targeting Afghanistan's 5th bowler. Gulbadine to Maxwell, pace off. Good delivery. Maxwell hits a single to deep point, walks it through so slowly that for the briefest moment, Afghanistan ping the throw in and reckon they might put him under pressure. They don't. 4 for 128 now the score. Maxwell is 29.
Back to the umpire, Langton Brasura. He's been checking his ball counter that he has in his hand a few times. Maybe he just moved it, the ball part of it, the number of balls anyway.
Stoinis is 18. Gulbadine again, slower ball, gets it in the block hole. Great response. After being hit for 6 first ball, Chad, to get the off-pace slower ball out at the tram tracks to Maxwell, then land the slower ball Yorker at Stoinis. That's not easy, is it?
No, it's not. And I think the variations on this wicket have been the hardest ones to hit, the slower bowlers. When the quicks are coming in and really try to bowl fast and full, they've gone the journey. So I think the cutters, the wide Yorkers are going to come in play back end of Australia's innings.
If Australia go at 2 a ball from here, they'll reach 194. Stoinis, full toss down the ground, at least one. Maxwell wants to. Stoinis has hit it too well to consider that. So he is up to 19 from 18, 4 for 129. We've got 2 balls left in over 15.
As you said, that ball was 103.9. Taking the pace off and still hitting a low full toss, one of the hardest balls to hit over the fence. And can he close out now after the 6th first ball?
Can Maxwell go again? Targeted aggression. Bowls here. Maxwell does go over extra cover. 1 bounce 4. He's hammered that. Big gap put away. Good over for Maxwell, who's 33. He's faced 16 balls. 4 for 133. He still gets one more chance at the big boy.
That's right. He's just finding his form now, Glenn Maxwell. Look at that. Over cover, one of the hardest shots in the book. Gave himself a bit of room, found the middle of the kookaburra. And in no time, he hit the fence. Glenn Maxwell looks in great form here.
So last ball of over 15. Maxwell's hit a 6 and a 4. He's on 33. Gulbadine to him here, slower ball. Maxwell still swings. Inside edge, ends up with the wicketkeeper Gurbaz. End of a big over. Or big enough anyway for Maxwell, who moves up to 33 from 17. Stoinis up the other end on 19. SEN T20 World Cup cricket. He's for Host Plus. We're into the death overs. The home side 4 for 133.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. With leading industry rates and ongoing training, State Transport are the best employers for local couriers, heavy rigids and semis. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/driving.
Make your day a cream on top kind of day with a McCafe Deluxe Iced Coffee. A shot of barista-made espresso with the decadent taste of hazelnut or vanilla or caramel. It's real coffee, real deluxe. McCafe Deluxe Iced Coffee. Now that's coffee fit for an Aussie.
Right, so in terms of death overs, they've got 2 from Naveen Al-Haq. They've got 1 from Rashid Khan. He'll bowl that here in over 16. They've got 2 from Fazal Haq Faruqi, their strike bowler. And Nabi also floating around. He's bowled 1 over, the 6th bowler, the captain. Facing up here, Stoinis over the top of mid-wicket, takes Rashid Khan all the way over the dugouts. Stoinis to 25. They love it, the Australian side on the bench. Mitch Marsh giving a big 4 for 139. These death overs need to count for Australia. Every ball has to be a boundary opportunity. We're beyond the point of winning being enough. They've got to win massive. They've got to go massive.
So then, Marcus Stoinis is pouncing on Rashid Khan there. Wrong and at the back of the hand, just short of the leg. Send it to the boundary for 6.
5 balls left from Rashid. Bowls here. Big swing from Stoinis. Tried to pop him onto Adelaide Oval number 2. doesn't make contact.
Yeah, that's Rashid Khan at his best.
Good from Gurbaz, the keeper as well, right over the top of the stumps. No margin for error for Stoinis there. Facing again, Rashid Khan to the crease, delivers. Stoinis catches the call, and it's taken on the edge of the circle at backward point, outside part of the bat. Straight into the hands of the fielder there to cut off one, and Stoinis' innings comes to an end just as he was ready to go. 25 from 21, his final analysis. Australia lose their 5th wicket with the score on 139.
There's no way Rashid Khan was going to come to the Adelaide Oval and be left out of the party. In his final over, he struck a big blow for Afghanistan and a big blow for Australia. Marcus Stoinis got onto that short ball, smashed it into the Australian dugout, beaten the next ball, and this one slightly wider, loopier, sucked Marcus Stoinis into just flaying at it, and a smart catch. It's Matthew Wade, the new Australian T20I captain, or he's captained them before, but first time ever in a World Cup, walks out.
I must say, Brad, I did think Wade would open on the basis that when he was leading this Australian side last year, he did. Has led Australia on a number of occasions, as a sub-captain. When Aaron Finch was injured last year, he did it quite a bit. And it was typically as an opener, but his role's been recalibrated since then, coming in at 6 or 7. But I thought tonight might be a special event. Not to be. Still loads of work to do and many balls to face. Hasn't always been the case for Matthew Wade in this competition. He's barely batted.
As you're saying, his role has changed. He's been so good at it in the past few, or past year really. IPL for Australia. Whoever he's really played for, he's dominated batting in this position. Can he do it tonight for Australia?
He's only faced 7 balls in the World Cup. First ball here from Rashid on the front foot, pushing out to cover. No run. You weigh up what Wade's been able to do since moving position, though. And his strike rate has been 152 across his last 10 hits. Won Australia that semi-final against Pakistan last year. 41 not out from 17 balls. Reverse sweeping his second ball rather, over the top of short third man. Gets a 4. Wasn't far away from being a chance on the edge of the circle, but Wade just getting the angle right. He's 4 from 2. Australia up to 5 for 143. 1 ball left in over 16.
This is one aspect of his batting he's really worked on, getting runs behind the wicket. He plays the ramp a lot. Loves to talk about playing the ramp a lot as well. Plays the reverse sweep. Is so much more confident against spin these days.
So 3 out on the leg side, no adjustment on the offside, even though Wade's happy to reverse from the get-go. Facing Rashid here, goes back, wants a quick single. Maxwell isn't up for that. And a good call as well. That would have left Maxwell in a world of pain. 16 overs gone, 10 runs and the wicket coming there. Stoinis gone for 25. Australia 5 for 143, just 24 balls left.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. If you have a truck, crave a work-life balance and the option to work your way, become an owner driver for State Transport. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Time to renovate and want Aussie made? Check out Beaumont's Aussie made specials. Not $40 a square metre, priced from just $17.95. All other Aussie floor tiles 20% off, plus hybrid flooring up to 20% off too. Choose Beaumont's and save.
So Rashid Khan has finished his 4 overs. We're getting a chance here to see
Naveen Ul-Haq coming around.
Naveen Ul-Haq. So he's changing ends. He bowled very nicely from the Cathedral end. 2 for 14, including the important wicket of Warner and Smith in the same over.
He's coming around the wicket here, Naveen. Probably trying to open up the offside where the longer boundary is to Maxwell.
So does that'll mean they'll go 3 on the offside, Chad?
Yeah, backward point, cover and mid-off back on the offside. Mid-wicket and mid-on out on the leg side, which is a shorter part of the ground.
So in other words, big old gap at square leg and beyond for Maxwell out towards the old scoreboard.
I think he'd just walk across his crease here and try and target the leg side.
They train for these scenarios all the time. Away from us, Naveen bowls to Maxwell, round the wicket. Good off-pace slower ball out towards the tram tracks. He gets that spot on swing and a miss.
Brilliant bowling. That's the plan, and when you have really telegraphed your plan to the batter in the death overs, and you can still execute your skills and still keep him quiet. Shows you why Naveen-ul-Haq is highly rated. Impressed everyone last year in the World Cup.
The only problem with this angle is you cannot get too straight, Bharat.
Not at all.
Otherwise, Glenn Maxwell will pounce on it. It's only a 55-metre hit on this side of the ground.
Naveen in again. 2 out on the leg side. Maxwell gets a go in that direction, but it's to long on. They're only going to get one. He didn't face a ball in the previous over, Maxwell. He's 34 from 19, 5 for 144 is the score. And Naveen has all the modern tricks. He has the wide Yorker, knuckleball, cuts it both ways. He's had experience in the Vitality Blast in England with Leicestershire. He's already taken 50 wickets in that competition. So he's been around the world a bit, bowls a lot at the death.
It's just great to see him come up with a plan that combats Glenn Maxwell going to a short boundary. He's used all his variations in 3 balls, really, apart from the bouncer, but I'm sure we'll see that as well, bowling Matthew Wade to the bigger side of the ground.
So he'll stay around the wickets of Wade. They'll go, the field will look the same, but it'll be 3 on the leg side, 2 on the offside. Deep backward squared, cow corner long on, wideish long off beneath us. And then the deep point, short side of the ground. Naveen just being held by Matthew Wade, prepares to face his 4th ball. He's on 4. Naveen to him here, and Wade tries to pull but gets nowhere near it. That has just died in the pitch. Great bowling. And again, Chad, the experience around the world. He's played in the Bangladesh Premier League. He's played in the Caribbean League. I mean, when you start playing in those leagues, you learn how to manage pressure, don't you?
And that's right. And he would have been playing with a lot of the world's best bowlers at this game, hasn't he? So the wealth of experience he's gaining from all these competitions around the world would be great for him, and he's putting it on a show tonight against one of the best in the world.
Naveen in here away from us with the Bumrah-esque action. Bowls here. Wade edges a ball that bounces before reaching the keeper. It's well wide of the off stump, right on top of the tram tracks. You can't do much more than that in the death overs, especially when Australia need to explode, but they can't against this.
What are you doing, Big Bash clubs? Get Naveen-ul-Haq in. He's bowling beautifully, using the boundaries, using the hardness of the pitch, the lengths he's bowling. He's not being predictable. This is fantastic death bowling.
3 dots and a 1 in this over so far. That was like a baseball change-up. Just died after hitting the surface. Getting loads of work on the ball is Naveen. He's got 2 for 15 from 2.4. Round the wickets away. Got to hit this one. He does, but only for a single to long on. Times it down there. Well in off the rope is Nabi, so no chance of 2. He's 5 from 6 balls, 5 for 145. 1 ball left in over 17.
Yeah, but Bharat said it well. You can't be predictable in T20 cricket. And every ball's been different from Naveen in this over. And when you are bowling slower balls, the quicker one is a surprise to the batsman, isn't it? So, as we saw there, probably a half volley to Matthew Wade, quicker surprise. Now he comes back over the wicket to Glenn Maxwell.
Maxwell's faced 2 of the last 11 deliveries in this innings.
With the same field.
He'll get 1 more chance in this over, and he won't be thinking about retaining the strike, that's for sure. They're going to make the shift that you referred to, Chad. So deep backward square does go out. So Naveen's back over the wicket. Backward point inside the circle, and deep cover goes a fraction square out to deep point. Ratthig's lap. Naveen, Maxwell. Oh, it's the reverse effort out towards the man at deep point eventually. Almost like a hockey shot. End of the over. Just 3 singles coming from it. Quite outstanding, Naveen-ul-Haq. Australia 5 for 146. Maxwell back on strike on 35. Wade on 5, and our coverage is for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. With leading industry rates and ongoing training, State Transport are the best employers for local couriers, heavy rigids and semis. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price, completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Naveen-ul-Haq is already a contender for the BizCover Player of the Game. BizCover, no dramas, business insurance. Last ball of the previous over, we saw back for Beaumont Tiles. Maxwell could have played the conventional little lap there. He tried the reverse lap, but third man and final leg were both inside the circle.
Yeah, exactly. But you thought he would have targeted the shorter boundary.
Yeah,
and there was a fielder out at deep point.
It's the harder shot to play as well when you're reversing, isn't it? Faruqi's back. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 11. To the crease here, delivers to Maxwell. That's out towards deep mid-wicket, and there's a flying attempt over the rope. It'll be 6 runs, but not through a lack of trying from Rashid Khan. He flew over the rope with the ball. I don't think he caught it when he crashed into the advertising boards in front of the Bradman Pavilion there. So a 6 from the first ball of over number 18 makes it 5 for 152. Another milestone on the way. But Rashid actually tried, as we see on the Beaumont Tile screen, to flick it back as he was leaving the turf, but threw it into his calf.
It's on pace there by Faruqi. Back of a length, Glenn Maxwell deep in his crease. Swivel at the hips. He plays it like a baseball shot. Doesn't really time it well, but well enough to get over Rashid Khan at deep mid-wicket.
Faruqi's left arm over. Cathedral end. Maxwell here tries to mow him through the onside. In the end, due to the fact that it was a slower ball, had to adjust his shot. Ends up at deep backward square for a single. He's 42 from 22. 5 for 153. 2 balls into over 18.
After that first ball from Faruqi, we did see Naveen just run up to him and give him some advice, whether or not that had been slow balls in the wicket, which worked for him the previous over, but it's great leadership by Naveen there for the Afghanistanis.
Because that 6 could easily have gone straight to Rashid Khan. It didn't come in the middle of the bat at all. Barely had much power in that as it flew in that direction.
Likes his Yorker at the death. Faruqi bowls here to Wade. It is the Yorker. Well landed, but clicked out towards deep mid-wicket. Gets 1. Satisfied with that. Overthrows again? No. So Wade 6 from 7. Not quite working as yet. 17.3 overs gone. 5 for 154.
Understandably, we are focusing a lot on what Australia need to do, but this has been very impressive by Afghanistan. They've been so unfortunate. 2 games washed off. They ran England close. They did okay against Sri Lanka. But they've put on a good show, whatever happens from here.
Took England 19 overs to chase down 115 against Afghanistan. Feels like a long time ago, but it's the same night where Australia got smashed by New Zealand.
And usually it's their 2 spin twins, isn't it, that do the damage for Afghanistan, but tonight it's the quicks, Naveen and Faruqi, who've done the damage.
So Maxwell's back on strike on 42. Faruqi to him here. 3 out on the leg side. Maxwell digs out another well-directed Yorker on leg stump. Not an awful lot he could have done about that. We're seeing a great display of death bowling already from Faruqi and Naveen. 5 for 155 with that single. Maxwell 43.
And back in the day, you would have thought of young Afghani bowlers get intimidated by the likes of Glenn Maxwell and Matthew Wade. But so far, they held their nerve brilliantly in the last 2 overs. The 1/6, which, like I said, would easily have gone to hand. Nothing on either side of that.
I think the exposure around the world gives them that confidence as well, Bharat, doesn't it? They're not scared about coming out here and playing against the best in the world anymore. Just relish the challenge and come out and have some fun.
They're going to get one more chance to get against Gulbuddin Nair, presumably in over number 19, maybe over 20, but before then, 2 left in over 18. It's Wade on strike on 6. Faruqi to him here. Wade's bowled. That's super stuff. We mentioned his Yorker at the death. They have bowled splendidly in these death overs so far. Australia 6 for 155. Wade's bowled for 6 from 8 balls. He's meant to be the finisher. Well, he was finished there by a Yorker that has crashed into the middle stump for us under Asian.
What a Yorker that is. We're sitting here, we rave about the Yorkers we see from Jasprit Bumrah and Mitchell Starc, but this is right up there. In swinging Yorker, Matthew Wade had no chance. The bat didn't come down in time. Just this crack off the ball hitting stump. Chad Sayers, you would have enjoyed it.
Yeah, I've enjoyed the 2 quicks tonight, that's for sure. With the new ball, they ran in and smashed the wicket, bowled fast, and now they're showing off their skills at the back end. What a Yorker, just looked like it tailed back, hit the foot of Wade, bowled him.
Yeah, you watch it back for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's biggest. I mean, there is that tail on it. It's not just about landing it at the right spot. He can keep the ball moving around and being a left-armer as well, and there's that extra point of difference.
Yeah, as you said, all the good death bowlers, your Mitchell Starcs, your Bharat's, they all have tail when they bowl their Yorkers, and as we see here on the replay, just tailed into Matthew Wade, took the pad and on the middle stump, and he's been great tonight, Faruqi.
Well, a night that's meant to be all about net run rate for Australia at this stage. They are going to struggle to make it to 180. They made 179 against Ireland at the start of the week. They've got 13 balls left. Patrick Cummins will face the last ball of over number 18. Maxwell's still there with him. Hasn't enjoyed much strike through the death, though. Fazal Haq Faruqi. Last ball of his third over to Cummins. Off pace, slower ball. Dies in the pitch again. What more can you do? Fabulous stuff. 9 runs in the wicket of Wade coming from over 18. 6 for 155 Australia. The strike goes back to Maxwell.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. If you have a truck, crave a work-life balance and the option to work your way, become an owner-driver for State Transport. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Time to renovate and want Aussie made? Check out Beaumont's Aussie made specials. Not $40 a square metre, priced from just $17.95. All other Aussie floor tiles 20% off, plus hybrid flooring up to 20% off too. Choose Beaumont's and save.
Right, so 2 overs left, and they do have one more over here from Naveen Al-Haq. Then they can finish with Fazal Faruqi, who bowled such a good over there. Exactly where Afghanistan won Australia in that context. One more wicket here. Game on for Afghanistan. Maxwell on strike. He's 43. Naveen to him here. Maxwell mows him through the onside out towards the short boundary, but there's a sweeper at deep mid-wicket. It's Gulbuddin Naib. 6 for 156. The strike goes back to Cummins.
And the issue for Australia with no Mitchell Starc is there are no 6-hitters left after this. Down to Kane Richardson, Adam Zampa and Josh Hazelwood. All three can hold their bat, but you don't expect them to come out and smash sixes. So it's all about Maxwell. And if Pat Cummins can have one of those nights where he hits 4 sixes on the trot. He's had a few of them in the IPL, but it's not going to be easy against this fantastic death bowling so far from these two youngsters.
Hit 21 against New Zealand with a couple of sixes back on opening night, albeit in a game that was long gone by that stage. Facing up to Naveen here, over the wicket, away from us. City end, and Cummins goes up over point towards the fielder off the road, and it's taken. Hands up. Rashid Khan went sliding on the end of the lead. Cummins gone for a second ball duck. 7 for 156, and the Afghanistan fans beneath us here to our right are going wild, and rightly so. They have opened this game right up, not only to suppress Australia's net run rate, but to win it themselves. Great death bowling.
Great death bowling, and what a fantastic catch from Rashid Khan. The speed at which he came running in, charging in, putting in the slide and hanging on to that ball while in motion. No wonder the roof has come off on one side of the Adelaide Oval. To the right of us, the Afghani flags, or the Afghan flags, are flying high. They're singing, they're chanting. And Australia all of a sudden are under great pressure.
I said there on the end of the lead, I mean, I know he spent a lot of time in South Australia, but that was like a full forward out of the square. Fingers up, sliding on the turf. Absolutely perfect execution there from Rashid Khan.
So it was like Robbie Gray letting out of the square for full power.
So it's Kane Richardson into the side tonight. Another South Australian, unexpectedly, gets his chance. I say unexpectedly because he's replaced Mitchell Starc in the starting 11. Who would have thought? Starc drops. Massive game. Naveen. He's got 3 for 18. Bowls to Richardson. Slower ball. Deflected down to deep 30s. Off the mark first ball. 7 for 158. A thoroughly unconvincing display from the home side. But where there's Maxwell, there's hope in terms of something miraculous in the last 9 balls. And they'll need that because the bigger picture at play here, 170 odds, not going to work for them.
No, and Maxwell just has to face the next 9 balls. I wouldn't be surprised if he starts refusing singles, because he has to be on strike if Australia want to have any hope of putting a big enough total to get that big enough win.
This is gutsy stuff from Naveen. He's going to go over the wicket and bring up deep backward square. So 3 out on the offside. This is a young man who backs himself. Into Maxwell. Wide of the crease here. At the tram tracks, and Maxwell misses it. Slower ball. Maxwell convinced by the field to go leg side regardless. Watching it back for Beaumont Tiles. He's shaking his head on our screen. But that was perfectly directed at 105 kilometres an hour. Naveen Al-Haq staggering to think he wasn't picked in the first 2 games, Chad.
Yeah, it is, and he just backs his skills and backs his plans and executes well, doesn't he, under pressure? Glenn Maxwell definitely targeting this short-sided.
He's looking at the gap at point. That's the long side. Naveen to him here. Maxwell has to take a single down the ground. He'll want two. Cummins will come back to the non-striker's end. In the end, the throw comes to the keeper. They're through. Kane Richardson, rather. Pat Cummins dismissed earlier in the over. So 4 runs only so far, plus the wicket of Cummins. 1 ball left in over 19. These death overs have been deathly. 7 for 159, 1 left.
It's 1 for 7 runs in 11 balls at this stage with Maxwell out there, with Wade out there.
Naveen Al-Haq's final ball to Glenn Maxwell is up to 46 from 26. And he runs through the crease. Oh, I'll tell you what, he runs through the crease, has a little bit of a look at the stumps of Kane Richardson, as he is entirely entitled to do. If Kane Richardson was going for a wander there, I suspect he would have taken the bails.
Fully legal now, isn't it? Richardson.
Good cricket for both of them.
He went to go.
Good cricket. Richardson's entitled to go early. It's always been in the laws of the game. Richardson knew what was going on as well. Fair play. On we go. Last ball again. Over 19, and this time Maxwell pulls out. Bit of byplay here at Adelaide Oval. You hear the boos, but that's fine. No concerns. Maxwell has a bit of a spit, something in his helmet.
Just a bit of fun by Glenn Maxwell there. Didn't like how he pulled out to Kane Richardson, just leaving the crease, but it's well within his right to do so. And the umpire just goes down and just has a word to Glenn Maxwell, just saying, no more silly buggers, please.
So they reset. 7 for 159, 7 balls left. Fielders out at long off, deep extra cover. Deep backward point, deep mid-wicket, long on beneath us. Naveen's last ball has been brilliant. To Maxwell here, forward, straight, dugout. Run-out opportunity, Richardson's gone. Naveen Al-Haq completes his spell with a solo run-out. Richardson backing up, the ball went straight back to the bowler. He collected it and threw down the middle peg. Just 4 runs and 2 wickets coming from over number 19. Naveen Al-Haq, brilliant, 3 for 21. 19 overs gone on SEN T20 World Cup cricket. Australia in a world of pain at 8 for 159.
This has been a masterclass of death bowling from Naveen Al-Haq. 2 overs, 2 for 7, or 1 for 7 at this stage. You're up against Glenn Maxwell, who at that point was striking at 200. Like you said, Chad, to have the plan, to execute it, to hold your nerve. This has been fantastic from Afghanistan, and all of a sudden, like you said, Adam, with an over to go, whatever happens in this over, Afghanistan will back themselves. It's Adam Zampa on strike, don't forget.
But you go back to the start of the death overs, Chad, where, I mean, the conversations we were having were, well, can they reach 200? It'll take a fair breeze and a few things to go right, but when you've got, you know, Maxwell and Stoinis there, that is a realistic expectation. They hit 12 runs from over number 15. That was off Gulbadine, up to 133. Well, in the next 4 overs, they've gone at pretty much a run a ball. It's 26 runs. Staggering turnaround.
Unbelievable, isn't it? 2 set batsmen with the power that Glenn Maxwell and Marcus Stoinis did have.
And here's Faruqi. He's been no easier to get away. 2 for 20 from 3. His analysis starts his last over. Sprinting in from the cathedral. Inside edge from Richardson. Gets to the side. I say Richardson. We're up to Zampa. We're racing through to lower order. His first ball is one. Gets one from it, rather, and it goes back to Maxwell. The best result they could hope for in that situation.
And again, a well-executed Yorker to Adam Zampa. Unlucky not to probably go under his bat and find the stumps again, but Glenn Maxwell back on strike here. He'll be wanting to face all 5 balls here and look to hit boundaries in every single one of those.
So 8 for 160. 5 balls left. Maxwell stuck on 46 from 27. Didn't score from his last ball. Faces here. Digs out a great Yorker. Doesn't take the single. No need to take the single now. It's all about whether he can find the rope a couple of times in the last 4 balls. 8 for 160 remains the score. As you predicted, Bharat, they've hit that point now where you've just got to let Maxwell go and see whether it might be the case that he gets something to swing at.
That's the only way Australia can get anywhere close to maybe 180, you would think, but not. They have to face Faruqi at this form.
Faruqi, 4 balls left to Maxwell here. It's in the slot, not quite. Maxwell gets it away and gets a 4. At least it looks like it from our angle. It is. So that means Maxwell will get a chance to raise the bat. He doesn't. He's 50 from 28. At this particular juncture, personal milestones mean nothing to the experienced man. So he tried to turn that into a slot delivery by going deep into the crease. 3 balls left. He's hit 2 6s and 5 4s. 3 more opportunities. 8 for 1, 6 4. Field remains the same. Faruqi bowls, Maxwell, Yorker again. They won't take the single at the deep point. Chad Sayers often has said how difficult the Yorker is to land and the margin for error. They've landed all but pretty much every Yorker in the death.
It's unbelievable viewing, isn't it? 4 balls this over, 4 well-executed Yorkers. Even the one that went for 4 was an inside edge off Glenn Maxwell's bat. So you got to train to be this good at it. And I know Sean Tate was with him last year for the World Cup qualifiers.
2 deliveries left for Maxwell. Faruqi to him here, reversing. Ends up in the keeper's gloves. There's an appeal for caught behind. Either way, there'll be no run. It was only the bowler, Faruqi, appealing. Gurbaz did well, moving to his right. Maxwell changed the grip to try and get it up and over the top of deep third, or short third rather. That was never happening. It stays at 8 for 164. 5 runs from 5 balls in over 20. What's going on, Bharat?
What a strangle this has been by Afghanistan. And at this stage, Afghanistan, forget about what Australia need to win by. Afghanistan might go into this second innings as favourites to win from here.
Last ball of the innings. Faruqi's got 2 for 25 to Maxwell on 50. Bowls here. Maxwell digs it out from deep. Well, from the block hole out towards deep point, ends with a 4. So Maxwell hits 2 boundaries in the final over. Faruqi will finish with 2 for 29 from his 4. They'll set Afghanistan 169 to win. 8 for 168, the final score for the home side. Maxwell, 54 not out from 32 balls down the other end. Zampa 1 from 1. But if our back of a coaster mathematics are correct, just to reach England, they're going to have to go through Afghanistan for about 110, Chad Sayers.
Yeah, the power play is going to be crucial for Australia. Josh Hazlewood, Kane Richardson, Pat Cummins, they're going to take wickets early for the Aussies to be set up for that. And it's going to be tough from here.
This is the innings break for Maccas. Enjoy your favourites at Maccas, Bharat. We've seen some exceptional death bowling there from the 2 young Afghani quicks who did everything right.
Yeah, and there we were predicting what route Australia should take to get to 200. And going into the last 4 overs, you thought they were well set up. Glenn Maxwell in there, he'd struck a few powerful blows, hit a 6 and a few 4s, but just outstanding from Naveen-ul Haq. 7 runs of 2 overs for him in 2 overs. Or in the last 2 overs, bowling the 17th and 19th overs,
yeah.
and Faruqi as good, nailing the Yorkers. And even in the last over, Glenn Maxwell had to create scoring opportunities to get just 2 4s away. Just outstanding bowling, and Afghanistan have really dented Australia's hopes of going through, to be honest.
So Naveen-ul Haq finishes with 3 for 21 from his 4 overs, and his partner in crime, Fazal Haq Faruqi, 2 for 29 from his 4 wickets, also for Majib Rahman and Rashid Khan, the 2 Afghanistan spinners. Australia 8 for 168. They've got some work to do, not only to win this game, but to win back enough net run rate to make it through to the semi-finals. The restart's in about 9 minutes from now at the Adelaide Oval, so we'll take a break. SEN T20 World Cup cricket, the host plus, that's a plus. Afghanistan set 169. Delivers, sweeping. Oh, it doesn't sweep. Top edge there from Marsh. Wicketkeeper underneath it and taken. Running back with the flight was Zamanullah Gurbaz. Marsh can't believe it. Go through the gears for Australia. Flied it up to Stoinis, who takes a big piece of that. That's gone a long way into the second deck and deep in wicket. The first time Stoinis has really swung the bat hard. He's 14 from 11. Bowls to Maxwell, who pops him into the football stand. 20 rows back. Stoinis over the top of mid-wicket, takes Rashid Khan all the way over the dugouts. Stoinis catches the call and it's taken on the edge of the circle at backward point, outside part of the bat, and Stoinis' innings comes to an end just as he was ready to go. Delivers to Maxwell. That's out towards the mid-wicket, and there's a flying attempt over the rope. It'll be 6 runs, but not through a lack of trying from Rashid Khan. So here, Wade's bowled. That's super stuff. We mentioned this Yorker at the Den. They have bowled splendidly in these death overs so far. City end, and Cummins goes up over point towards the fielder off the road, and it's taken. Hands up. Rashid Khan went sliding on the end of the lead. Cummins gone for a second ball duck. To Maxwell here, forward straight dugout. Run-out opportunity. Richardson's gone. Naveed Al-Haq completes his spell with a solo run-out.
That's a Plus performance. Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's a plus performance from Afghanistan for Host Plus. An industry super fund for all Australians, restricting Australia to 8 for 168, but it was the work they did in the death overs. We mentioned it before the break. Faruqi finishes with 2 for 29 from 4. Naveen, 3 for 21 from 4. He also did it inside the power play. Put up 2 wickets in over number 6. Warner with a dismissal that will doubtless bring some scrutiny. And then Smith with a leg before shout that was plumb, and he sent upstairs anyway.
Yeah, and he, on both sides, he just bookended Afghanistan's really impressive performance with the ball. Those 2 wickets, and just think about it, if only Najibullah Zardran had taken that catch of Mitchell Marsh in the very next over of Gulbuddin Naib, who knows where Australia would have ended up. And all that talk about them getting to 200, eventually it took some powerful blows from Maxwell to even get them close to 170. And at 169, though Australia will be looking for a big win, trying to get Afghanistan all out by 105, 110. If I was Afghanistan, I would back myself. There is a lot of experience in the batting as well.
It's the innings break for Macca's. Macca's 30 days, 30 deals is back. Chad doing some maths with the guys in the press box next door. It feels like anything more than 100, and Australia really can't. They have no latitude going into tomorrow night with England, Sri Lanka. It pretty much becomes they need 10 wickets. And they did take 5 for 25 in the power play against Ireland a few days ago.
And that was with a Mitchell Stark firing, wasn't it? So I'm sure Australia would love to have him in, but Kane Richardson gets the nod tonight, so hopefully he can take the new ball and swing it around, as well as Pat Cummins, and Josh Hazel will get back to his best.
I wonder how they'll set up with Glenn Maxwell as far as bowling is concerned, but he finished with 54 from 32. He'll be in contention for the player of the match for his cover, I suppose, if Australia go on to win this. But he's often been used for 1 or 2 overs inside the first 6. Is that where you would go, or would it be all seam up front and try and put Afghanistan under pressure, especially from Cummins and Hazelwood?
No, especially if they get a wicket in the first 2 overs or a couple of wickets, I would just stick to seam. We've seen the ball move around a bit. Even Gulbuddin Naib at his pace got one to seam around. If you remember that first ball he bowled beating Mitchell Marsh. So I would still stick with seam for the first 6 overs. I don't think Australia need to throw the ball to Glenn Maxwell. It made sense against Ireland, but against these Afghan batters, a lot of them who haven't played a lot of cricket in Australia. We spoke a lot about Rashid Khan and Mujib and Mohammad Nabi, but a lot of these batters haven't done that. And Gurbaz is a very exciting batter. Could be the next big thing of Afghanistan cricket, but he could get tested out, not just by Cummins and Hazelwood. Don't forget Cameron Green either.
Yeah, Ramanullah Gulbaz and Usman Ghani are making their way to the middle. They both played well against Sri Lanka a few days ago. If you think T20 is quick, try BizCover, business insurance in minutes. We'll keep an eye on that for our player of the match for BizCover. It's SEN T20 World Cup coverage in partnership with the Channel 2 group. Don't miss the T20 World Cup finals next week. Wednesday, the 9th of November at the Sydney Cricket Ground, and Thursday, the 10th of November, back here at Adelaide Oval. Then on Sunday, the 13th of November, the big one at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Tickets at T20worldcup.com for both semi-finals and the final on the 9th, 10th, 13th of November at Sydney, Adelaide and Melbourne, respectively. T20worldcup.com. This has been the innings break for Macca's. Enjoy your favourites at Macca's. We're about to reset with Adam Collins, Chad Sayers and Bharat Sundaresan, and taking the first over will be Josh Hazelwood. On a ground he enjoys as well. Of course, it was here that Pat Cummins and Josh Hazelwood knocked over India for 36 in a test match only 2 years ago.
I don't think the ball will be nipping around as much as it did on that occasion, Adam, but I'd love to see big Josh Hazelwood stamp in here and smash that length. He's so good at bowling. We saw the Bangladeshis the other night against India struggle with the short ball approach. Will Australia go the same, Bharat?
maybe to just rattle them a little, but I think he will look for some seam movement, something from the pitch in the air. It's a still night. What does that mean, Chad Sayers, in Adelaide?
It means the crowds come out and force Bharat to the Adelaide Oval as we see the packed hill. It's great to see the hill back.
Yes, no room, no grass on the hill to watch Josh Hazlewood get stuck in here, and they'll need to get stuck in. They need to have the quick slide of fire underneath them. They need all 10 wickets. Hazlewood away from us at the city end. First ball to Gurbaz. Delivers here. Gurbaz goes back in the crease, plays watchfully under his eyes out the deep point. That's a conventional point inside the circle. No run. Hazlewood took 2 for 41 against New Zealand. He was Australia's best bowler on show that night, albeit in a run fest for the Kiwis. 1 for 26 from 4 against Sri Lanka, taking the new ball, and none for 24 from 3 against Ireland. He's the number 2 ranked bowler in the world, according to the ICC, in this format. To think that he was barely bowling for Australia in short form cricket until a couple of years ago, Baz.
Yeah, and it's funny, right? He doesn't get to play much Test cricket these days. He's become more of a T20 mainstay for Australia.
Hazlewood to Gurbaz. Away from us, bowls here. Gurbaz beaten on that Test match line and length, on that Chad Sayers line and length. Fourth stump line, making him play through to the gloves of Wade. Only 2 fielders outside the circle in the tyre power play. Your tyre experts, the deep third man and the deep backward square.
That's the length we love seeing from Josh Hazlewood in any format. You wouldn't have thought that length in this format would be as effective as he makes it, but he just finds seam movement both sides of the bat. He's a great bowler, Josh Hazlewood, and they're going to need him tonight if they're going to progress into the finals of the 2020 World Cup.
Hazlewood has a slip as well. Delivers to Gurbaz, who's dancing and beaten again. That prodigious bounce. Don't know what he's meant to do with that after charging down Gurbaz, and they share a chuckle, bowler and batter. 3 balls, no runs.
This is exactly why I said Australia should just stick to seam. Just bowl your fast bowlers out. I'm sure there'll be time for Adam Zampa, but it was 7-8 over. The ball did seem just straightened a little after pitching.
Seemed like he backed away to the umpire then, Bharat.
Gurbaz top score with 28 against Sri Lanka. Made 84 against Sri Lanka when they won in the Asia Cup a couple of months ago as well. Bowls here, Hazlewood, Gurbaz over the top, outside part of the bat. Well over point, out towards the rope. Their first runs come by a Gurbaz boundary. None for 4 balls bowled.
Yeah, this is what he's known for, though. He's a fearless cricketer, young, exciting. It's a full ball. Didn't come on the good side of the bat. Just swung at it. The bat face kind of closed. Almost like a leading edge. Over point. Went all the way. So at least we know what Afghanistan's approach is going to be. Australia shouldn't be complaining at all.
Just 20 years of old, mate. 20 years of age, rather. Made 100 on one day debut, Gurbaz. Facing Hazlewood, defending into the onside. The big quick does the work in his follow-through. Also had that experience playing in the Caribbean Premier League for the Guyana Amazon Warriors. He did well there. So, as you say, but Manila Gurbaz, who was wicket-keeping earlier, opening the batting now. One to watch in World Cups to come in the future, and of course they're every second year in the T20 format now, aren't they?
Yeah, and look, it could be quite a statement if he plays a match-winning knock today to knock Australia out, or at least leave them very, very close to the brink. The Adelaide Oval on a beautiful night.
Hazlewood, last ball of the first over, delivers to Gurbaz. Gurbaz goes big into the stand. How big is it? Second decker. What a statement to end the first over. That's up at 90 mile an hour in the old money as well. Have that, Josh. Done for 10 after 1. Afghanistan need 169 to win. And we're inside the tyre power play. Your tyre experts.
Time to renovate and want Aussie made? Check out Beaumont's Aussie made specials. Not $40 a square metre, priced from just $17.95. All other Aussie floor tiles 20% off, plus hybrid flooring up to 20% off too. Choose Beaumont's and save.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Cummins to start from the Cathedral end, watching the replay back for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's biggest crowd catch in the second deck as well.
Yeah, and next door to us is Krishnamacharya Shrikant, the former India opener.
Here's Cummins. Bowling here, first ball. Defended out into the offside Usman Ghani, no run. Glenn Maxwell at backward point.
You remember, Adam, he revolutionized one-day batting in the 1980s, smashed everyone, including Patrick Patterson, around in Australia. Michael Holding, he never feared pace. So I just saw his face light up after the 6 from Emmanuel Gurbaz. And I just pointed it out to him. I told him, felt like you were batting in there. He enjoyed it.
Sure he did. World Cup winner in 83?
Yep.
Cummins towards us, towards Usman Ghani. Gets to the crease, close to the stumps, bowls here, strikes him on the thigh pad. They race through for a leg by. Cummins kicks it onto off stump. They'll probably go upstairs because that's the custom these days. I'm sure he's back, but footwork like Mark Waugh from Cummins in his follow through. The board will read up for 11, but we'll take a look anyway and just ensure that Gurbaz has made it through that quick single.
What can't he do, Paddy Cummins? Sure, if we give him a soccer ball, he'd be good at that as well, but I'm sure he's safe here. Just a bit slow off the mark, Paddy Cummins. To kick it off the ground, found the stumps.
Might be trialling for another World Cup. The Socceroos name their squad tomorrow, don't they? Here it is, kicking onto the stumps, and he will be home. But the execution, perfect from Cummins nevertheless. He'll get a wicket that way at some point, I'm sure. None for 11, Afghanistan. Target of 169. But from Australia's perspective, they've got to keep it under about 100. To be precise, at 62 runs is the margin they'll need to win by to just have a nose ahead of England. But if England win by a couple of runs or a wicket, they'll need at least a few runs on top of that as well.
Just see Aaron Finch on the boundary line here behind Matthew Wade down the southern end, just carrying the drink, carrying a towel around, just barking a few instructions out there.
Great pickup. Aaron Finch, all that experience. He's led Australia 74 times in this format. Full-time captain the second time around since 2018. Missing tonight. Wade the captain keeping. Cummins to him. Bowls here outside the off stump. Swing and a miss from Gurbaz. Tried to play it through the offside where there's a nice big gap with only 2 fielders out inside the tie power play. And we're seeing him throw the bat on the turf, Gurbaz, after that swing and a miss. Now, he did reach for his arm, Bharat, after that quick single as well. Did he run into one of the Australians, I wonder? The physio's out there. We're seeing that Beaumont tile screen, Australia's biggest. It looks like he's in some strife.
I wonder if he just tweaked a muscle. If you can't do that, right, Chad? When you just swing too hard. Yeah, he gave it an almighty heave and immediately called for the physio.
Whether or not he has an existing injury that we don't know about.
Yep.
But he does look in a fair bit of discomfort with the physio touching.
It's a left shoulder that he's clutching. Just the top hand. Wonder how he could have tweaked that. And while we wait for that, Aaron Finch has walked onto the field. I was just going to say, just seeing Aaron Finch standing right behind Matthew Wade, it's like one of those. Yeah, he did run into Pat Cummins. You're right, Adam.
Oh yeah,
that's exactly.
As Cummins makes contact with the ball, kicking it towards the stumps, his arm is above Gurbaz's arm and it jolts down.
Yeah.
So what that's done there, how that's interacted with the big swing from the next ball, I suppose we'll find out. Will he stay on the field? Yet to make that decision. Looks like he's going to put his helmet on. He will continue. After hitting 10 runs in the first over, that's good for the game. None for 11, halfway through over number 2. Reminder, that target is just 169. Australia 8 for 168 when they batted, and they've been sent in earlier this evening.
They're just going back to Aaron Finch, just like one of those, right? And famous music bands when the lead vocalist gets replaced by the other, like Sid Barrett and David Gilmour, he would come and stand in front of the stage and just...
He's just made his first change too, Finchy. He's made him change Adam Zampa from fine leg to short third man and put Cam Green back there.
Here we go, 2 captains. Cummins bowls here, halfway through his over, and back over his head goes Gurbaz. Doesn't middle it. Race between the ball and Kane Richardson, the South Australian, will get there just in time. I say South Australian, I know he's changed clubs, but nevertheless, it's always going to be from this state. 13 runs now for Gurbaz, done for 14 the score, Bharat.
And he's clutching his shoulder again. I think he's jarred it all over again. You can see he's still in pain, trying to stretch, trying to shake the pain off. Got 3 runs for it, but maybe did more damage to that shoulder.
Good way to test it out, isn't it? Trying to slog Paddy Cummins over his head very next ball.
So they're going to move deep backward square to fine leg, third man as well. We're in the tyre power play, your tyre experts. 2 balls left in this extended over. Cummins now bowls Usman Ghani, who deflects into the offside. No run. Usman Ghani, 25-year-old opener, made 27 against Sri Lanka and 30 against England, and in the warm-up in Brisbane, 32 not out against Pakistan. So in a bit of form. The right-hander made his debut back in 2015. Typically used a bit of an anchor in this Afghanistan side, but given more responsibility in this competition. He was in the Afghanistan side at under-19 level that beat Australia back at the 2014 World Cup as well. Knows what it takes. Last ball here from Cummins. On the off stump, pushed into the onside. They'll take a single. Usman Ghani retains the strike. He's 2. Afghanistan, none for 15 after 2 overs. We're in the tyre power play. Your tyre experts with the target 169.
Sasha has a restaurant. Her challenge. Renew her business insurance policy and save money. Sasha, your time starts...
Yeah, it's all done.
But how could you...
I just went online to BizCover and got a business insurance pack. Saved me around $600.
But I want more drama.
Yeah, I don't.
There are literally no dramas when you go to BizCover, the business insurance specialists. Save time, money and get instant cover at bizcover.com.au.
SEN T20 World Cup Cricket, the host plus, that's a plus. Adam Collins with you. Chad Sayers and Bharat Sundaresan with me. And Josh Hazlewood is beneath us, preparing to start his second over. Had 10 runs taken from the first, with Gurbaz popping him into the second deck of the Max Bashir stand. This time, a chance at Usman Ghani. He's got a slip. Bowls here. Tries to use his feet. Goes back in the crease in the end. No run to Pat Cummins a bit on.
I think we just see the length of the Afghanis are uncomfortable at it, don't we? The back of the length, the one that just bounces just above their box height. When they're pitched up, they do get in their shots, don't they? They're fearless players. They like playing their shots. They can get off to a flyer.
So no latitude for Australia. They need to get busy. They need to do it now inside the power play. Put some pressure on Afghanistan. Bowls here. Usman Ghani plays out towards mid-wicket where Mitchell Marsh prevents any runs from being taken. None for 15 after 2.2.
Now Aaron Finch has moved to wide long on, almost close to mid-wicket position on the boundary. I always get a feeling he's going to be out here for the next 20 overs. Sort of trying to direct traffic as much as he can.
Well, you saw him at training yesterday, didn't you, Bharat? Spent the whole time giving effectively the riding instructions to Matthew Wade. Hazlewood bowls to Usman Ghani, who swings top edge, opportunity at mid-on or mid-off. It's got to be Cummins at mid-on, running across it, he takes it. But I tell you what, it was Warner's catch. They can laugh now. They wouldn't be laughing if that went down. Confusion between 2 experienced men. Doesn't matter with Usman Ghani gone from 2 from 7 balls, 1 for 15. Australia have the first of the 10 they need to have any chance of progressing to the semi-finals. Josh Hazlewood in the book, Chad Sayers.
Yeah, he felt the pressure there, Usman, didn't he? 2 of 7, as you mentioned. Felt he needed a boundary, but Josh Hazlewood thinks too good. Bit of bounce. Told it straight in the air. Pat Cummins comes in, takes a great catch. Afghanistan 1 for 15.
See Warner laughing there, but I mean, he was probably 5 metres from the ball, but Cummins had the momentum sprinting over at that point, so they left it through to him. But you can see catches like that land between the 2 of them. You do often, don't you, in club level?
Very much so. At times in international cricket as well.
Yeah.
In fact, Cummins had to stretch for him. Landed nicely in his hands, but like you said, nobody would have been laughing if it had just evaded him, or he just not got to it, or if it had slipped through his fingers. But first strike for Australia. Aaron Finch immediately onto the field. More instructions.
So Ibrahim Zadran comes out to the middle. He's been the in-form Afghanistan player on this trip, getting a couple of 40s in the warm-up games, in 32 against England and 22 against Sri Lanka. So not huge scores, but consistently making runs. And hit 196 runs at 65 during the Asia Cup back in September and November. Doesn't tend to hit big bombs. He's more a worker of the angles through the middle overs.
Talk about Aaron Finch going circling around the outfield. We find with the time limit now they have, you'll see a lot of sides have their 12th man, their 13th around the boundary, so the ball gets back quicker.
Yes, they're keeping an eye on the clock far more now, aren't they, after a couple of 4-hour T20 internationals between Australia and India 2 summers ago. Can't be having that. Mexican wave starts at Adelaide Oval. Hazelwood delivers on the hip of Ibrahim, who first ball takes it down towards the scoreboard. There's a sweeper there, Kane Richardson. He gets off the mark with one for 16 rather, the score. Richardson's first touch of the night.
We've seen already with Afghanistan, I don't think they really care about what Australia's net run rate is. They're here to win. And they're playing the way they know to play, just aggressive cricket, attacking cricket. We've seen about boundaries for Gurbaz, strike clearing Pat Cummins, trying to hit him over the top, over his head. I expect all of them to do the same. So,
well, what a great opportunity it is for Afghanistan. I mentioned they knocked off Australia in under-19s a number of years ago, but never having beat the Aussies in that senior men's level. Hazelwood bowls and defending out to the offside. Here is Gurbaz. 1 ball left in the 3rd over, 1 for 16. They won't get many better opportunities than this.
And if they win with Australia under pressure as well, they'll have a 100% record against Australia at T20. I think it's the first ever clash between these two, don't forget. And considering they don't play each other often.
Well, they were meant to play, they meant to play a test match last year, and that was cancelled for what's called political reasons, effectively. So that's been put on the back burner. So these opportunities won't come along too often. Gurbaz on 13, facing Josh Hazelwood. Goes back and pulls him into the stands. Over deep mid-wicket. The second time that Hazelwood's gone the journey. Ramanullah Gurbaz, a player for the future, but a player for the present as well. Afghanistan 1 for 22 of 3. We're still inside the Tyre Power play. Your Tyre experts.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Time to renovate and want Aussie made? Check out Beaumont's Aussie made specials. Not $40 a square metre, priced from just $17.95. All other Aussie floor tiles 20% off, plus hybrid flooring up to 20% off too. Choose Beaumont's and save.
Yeah, the previous meetings between these nations have been so lopsided. Back in 2012, Australia put on a clinic in a low-scoring game where Afghanistan got bowled out early. In 2015, Australia made 417 for 6 in a World Cup game at Perth, where Warner made 178, a record score for Australia in the format. Cummins, Cathedral End, bowls here to Zadra, who pushes the first ball of the new over out to cover, no run. Then in 2019, the World Cup game, we were out at Bristol, where Australia won with 15 overs to spare. Again, Warner player of the match in that fixture. So they've never had a close game. This will be close. It should be close.
It already is close. There are no favourites at the moment. I don't know what the win predictor is saying, but
let's find out. Let's guess before we find out formally. Here's Cummins, bowls here, beating outside the off stump. Zadran, who tried to ride the bounce and got nowhere near it, stays at 1 for 22. What would you have the win biz at?
My illiterate win biz would be, I'm going to say 50 to Australia, 48 Afghanistan at this point.
With 2 for the tie.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. Chad?
65-35.
You're closest to the mark at 67-33. Very close to the pin, actually. So Australia's still favourites by that metric. Of course, a backward-looking measure and all the other usual caveats for win biz, but not a bad reading either. Cummins bowls to Zadran on 1 here. He sways at the way of a quick short ball on target. Fielders out for that at deep third. Deep backward square inside the Tyre Power play. Your Tyre experts. Umpire Aseri signals to the Australian side. That's your one bouncer for the over.
You've got a short third man in as well as a deep third man. It's an unusual position to have opening the bowling. I'm not sure why he's there for, Bharat, but it seems like a waste to me.
It's almost like they expect one of these batters to just try and play the ram, not get under it enough. There's no other reason for that fielder to be there.
He was put there by Aaron Finch when they had that injury timeout a couple of overs ago. Zampa at short third. Cummins here. Rolls to Zadran, tries to drive, squeezes it through a gap in the offside, but only for one. Good diving stop, David Warner on the edge of the circle, away to his left. 1-23, he's on 2, Zadran.
Yeah, early wickets is going to be the key for the Aussies to set this game up. At the moment, rearguard action from the Afghanistani batsmen. They're going well. 1 for 23 or 3.4. Australia would have thought they'd just come out here and roll over. They're in a chance to win this game.
Big time. And they'll reach a tipping point as well where they'll need to think about just the 2 points.
Yeah.
And that might inform some of Matthew Wade's decisions as captain. So Cummins charges in, bowls close to the stumps, inside edge, out past the man at short fire, Mitchell Marsh. They won't get 4 for it, they will get a couple. Gurbar's into the 20s, he's 21 from 11 balls, 1 for 25 with 1 ball left in over number 4. And the reason I raise that is that they could reach a stage, we're pressing fast forward a fair bit here, but where Australia's best bet will be hoping that Sri Lanka knock off England. They won't want to risk getting into a situation where by being too aggressive and pushing too hard, they could leak runs. Of course, that's not really a factor in the power play, but it'll be something that Wade needs to consider as part of all of this. As the probability of bowling at Afghanistan for 100 is pretty low from here. Cummins bowls, edged and past Adam Zampa at short third. That's 4 more. Gurbar's off to a flyer. He's 25 off 12. Couple of sixes in that. 4 overs gone. 1 for 29 to score with the target 169. And our coverage, the Host Plus, that's a plus.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Time to renovate and want Aussie made? Check out Beaumont's Aussie made specials. Not $40 a square metre, priced from just $17.95. All other Aussie floor tiles 20% off, plus hybrid flooring up to 20% off too. Choose Beaumont's and save.
Afghanistan 1 for 29. They're still inside the tyre power play. Your tyre experts. 2 overs to go with the field up. Marcus Stoinis has the ball in his hand. Bowled 1 over the other night against Ireland. Took a wicket, came out of the attack. So took a wicket against New Zealand in the opener. It's all the way back the SCG 2 weeks ago. It feels like a long time in the context of a tournament where so much has gone on. It's been a cracking competition, notwithstanding the games that have been rained out. The pointy end here. Australia need to win by at least 62 runs to stay with their nose ahead of England on net run rate. Stoinis' first ball here. Beautifully played, threaded by Zadran through cover off the front foot. There are 2 fielders in that region. He's bisected them. They get a couple. Zadran is 4 from 6 balls, 1 for 31.
Going back to what you were saying, Adam, about Afghanistan's possibly winning this. Going back to the story I wrote, going back to speaking to the people in the crowd who are here, the Afghans who live in Adelaide, about how cricket has given them a new identity.
Marcus Stoinis, 17 on his back. City end, bowls here. Zadran goes back, rides the bounce past short third. Even though they've got a short third there, they still get a single. That's working the angles. It's 5, 1 for 32, but up.
And how I spoke to one guy in particular, moved here 15 years ago, and for the first 10 years, every time he would say, I'm from Afghanistan, the first thing people would say, oh, where the war is, how dangerous place. Then everything changed the last 4 years. When he says, I'm from Afghanistan, or any Afghan says, I'm from Afghanistan, they say, oh, land of Rashid Khan, land of Mujib Zadran. And if they can pull off a win here, imagine how they will feel when they go to work tomorrow.
Yes, lots of Afghanistan fans in their Chitrali hats as well. Got up down there tonight. Chilly night here in Adelaide. Here's Stoinis bowling to Gurbar's, pulling through the onside. It goes to deep mid-wicket. Looks like it was in the air for a moment. Not to be. He's 26, 1 for 34. We were gifted some Chitralis when we were in, where were we? Islamabad earlier in the year. The Rawalpindi Test match, which we brought to you on SEN Test Cricket. And, great hospitality in that northern part of Pakistan, but the same custom, isn't it, to wear the Chitrali hats here too, Afghanistan fans. 136 from 93, the equation. 9 wickets in hand. Stoinis, 3 balls into his spell. Conceded 4 runs. Delivers here, Wade on the leg side. Misses his slower ball. Wide signals. Now, that's one thing we didn't see much of from Afghanistan when they were bowling, Chad. They didn't bowl many wides.
No, they didn't. And Stoinis has, I guess, watched the Afghanistanis finish off their innings with their slow balls and found out that that was probably the hardest ball to hit and hardest ball to face on this type of wicket. So he's gone to that probably a little bit early with the new ball. But I guess it just shows Aussie's intentions bowling him, that they're not going to bowl with Zampa in the power play.
Stoinis delivers, using his feet here as Zadran again out towards cover. They'll get one to the left of David Warner, in off the circle at mid-off. Zadran 6-1 for 35, 2 left in the 5th over. There's just 2 wides when Afghanistan were bowling and 2 leg byes. And even though short-form cricket, in theory, it should be a disciplined form of the game, because you need to take risks, Bharat. Often you can concede a lot of wides. We saw plenty between India and Bangladesh 2 nights ago.
Yeah, that's again the discipline that Afghanistan showed, not just in the death but throughout. The fielding was poor, but the bowling was superb.
Stoinis to Gurbaz. Last ball of his over. Gurbaz will tuck that round the corner for 1. Easy runs. He's 27. Make that 28. In off the rope. They'll get a second. Taking on the arm and getting through comfortably. Takes guts to do that when Glenn Maxwell's charging in. 1 for 39. Make that 1 for 37. And there's still 1 ball to come in the over. I don't want to do what umpire Sarah did in the first innings and make the 4th over 1 ball too short, as he did. I saw some stuff on Twitter saying maybe Afghanistan should be penalised 1 ball for the umpire error earlier. So Gurbaz 28 from 14. Stoinis here, cutting out towards deep point. This time it'll be a single to retain the strike. He's 29. Afghanistan 1 for 38 after 5 in the power play. For Tyre Power, your tyre experts.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Time to renovate and want Aussie made? Check out Beaumont's Aussie made specials. Not $40 a square metre, priced from just $17.95. All other Aussie floor tiles 20% off, plus hybrid flooring up to 20% off too. Choose Beaumont's and save.
SEN T20 World Cup cricket, the host plus, that's a plus. And with Jeet Joe that elapses here with Australia not taking wickets and Afghanistan ticking over, it's going to become more and more about what happens tomorrow night, even if they win here. Kane Richardson into the attack for the first time, playing his 35th T20 international. They're bowling at 4 for 30. Tidy numbers across the board. Towards us, Cathedral and the Gurbaz on 29. Make that, well, at least 30, or no, it won't be. In off the rope. Oh, dropped. In off the rope was Cameron Green. Had a lot of work to do to get there. Off the bat, sounded like he middled it. Anything but, he middled it straight in the air. Gurbaz into the 30s from 16 balls, gets alive, 1 for 39.
Kane Richardson into the attack, first ball, hasn't played for a while. Little slower ball. Gurbaz toes that straight into the air. Oh, just didn't feel like he read it straight off the bat, did he?
And Green got there too. We know at test level he's got a great pair of hands in the gully. Very different job under lights at deep mid-wicket. Richardson here bowls to Zadran, who clips out to the same man, Green. Cuts it off and gets a bit of a Bronx cheer from the crowd, as he should, as is the way. 1 for 40, Afghanistan. 4 balls left in the power play.
Never a great feeling, mate. The ball after you drop a catch, Bharat. Ball gets hit you in the members, the Adelaide Oval. Just a catch that should have been taken there by Cameron Green. Could that cost him?
It's got a deep point, deep square. So third man, fine leg up inside the circle. Richardson bowls here to Gurbaz on 30. Over, no, mid-off, gone. This time it's taken. This time Gurbaz goes to Richardson. David Warner. And the charge in off the circle to make sure he'd make it in time. Did so comfortably. 2 for 40, halfway through the 6th over. Can that give Australia something to work with? Gurbaz gone for 30 from 17. Can they put some pressure on the visiting team?
Oh, they really needed that wicket. He was hurting them. They've been batting really professionally, these two. Gurbaz playing his role. Zadran at the other end has started well. Kane Richardson's created 2 chances in 3 balls. I think his first World Cup game for a long while. He struck a pretty important blow. 30 of 17 for Gurbaz. Very impressive innings. Kane Richardson. And for a long time, Adam, Australia never played T20 cricket without Kane Richardson. It's only 12 months ago where they suddenly decided to go in with their test attack. Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins. That Kane Richardson kind of fell away, got injured as well at the wrong time. There was a time he was always in tin first whenever Australia drew up a bowling attack in T20 cricket.
Yeah, that's right. We know how good he is at the death, Brad, and I think that's why he's been a part of this side for so long, because they can rely on him to finish off their innings. He bowls those Yorkers, he bowls his slower balls, and just on this occasion, it's a bit of a steep bounce and caught the top of the bat. An easy catch to David Warner, a bit off.
He's played just 8 of the 20 T20s that Australia have taken part in 2022. Richardson taking 14 wickets at 19, doing everything right. Economy rate of fraction high at 9 this year, but taken as a whole, he's been an important squad player, you could say. Richardson in here to the new man, Gulbuddin Naib. His first ball defended into the onside, no run.
I think
42 balls left in the 6th over.
I think his economy is a tad higher for the past 10 or so matches, but I think in his first overs he got taken to a bit in those games, and he brought him back well at the death. So I think that part of his game is still intact.
Gulbuddin Naib, no stranger to batting inside the power play. He used to open the batting and open the bowling when he was captain quite a bit. Facing Richardson here, Cathedral end, thick edge 4 runs through about 3rd slip. That wasn't far away from where the catcher was a couple of overs ago, and Matthew Wade lets out a frustrated roar.
I'm not sure whether Matthew Wade is very happy with this field. He is the captain on the field, but we saw what happened with that fielder. It's very fine. He's not even in a short 3rd man, almost where a 4th slip would be, but a few yards back.
And by him being there, a normal 3rd man is squarer, and the normal 3rd man would have stopped that ball.
True. Hazelwood jumps over a step or 2 as well as Richardson bowls, and Gulbuddin goes over, out past the man at mid-off for a couple. Long straight boundary, they'll consider 3, they'll get 3. Relay effort from the Australians. Gulbuddin joins Ibrahim Zadran on 7, the end of a successful over for Australia, but 9 runs coming from it. Power play complete for Tyre Power. Afghanistan chasing 169 for victory, 2 for 47.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Don't miss today's deal at Macca's. Grab a small Big Mac meal and 6 chicken McNuggets for $7.90. Claim a new deal every day of November, only on the My Macca's app. Value means more at Macca's. See in-app for today's deals.
SEN T20 World Cup cricket, the host plus, that's a plus. It being the 7th over, it's Adam Zampa time. Field goes back. He'll start with a deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on. That's Glenn Maxwell beneath us and a long off. His first crack, it'll be Gulbuddin Naib, who won't die wondering. Also a deep point, I should say, 5 out. Zampa in his 72nd T20 international. Gulbuddin struck on the pad, trending down the leg side, no meaningful appeal.
Also, the fact that Gulbuddin Naib's come out tells you how Afghanistan are going to approach this. Zadran is the glue player at the other end. They're going to have all these big hitters come at the other end, play a lot of shots, and see how close they can get to this Australian total. It's pretty smart as a strategy.
122 from 83 needed for Afghanistan. Very achievable. Zampa bowls full. Defended, crowd catch. Ends up with the spinner. Thumped into the turf by Gulbuddin Naib. Stays at 2 for 47.
This is where Australia are going to win the game. This bloke here, Adam Zampa, probably hasn't had the best tournament to date.
Zampa bowls wider of the crease, carving out the deep backward point as Gulbuddin gets the placement wide enough that they'll have time to rotate for 2. 2 for 49. Gulbuddin overtakes Zadran. He's 9 from 6 balls.
He's been their barometer for so long in this format. He's up there with the likes of Najeeb and Rashid Khan in the rankings. Not the amount of wickets he would have liked in the comp, but he can turn this game for Australia tonight.
Bowled so well against Ireland, 2 for 19. Zampa delivers here. Zadran, Gulbadine rather, is struck on the pad, albeit from an inside edge, so there's no appeal from anyone but Matthew Wade. They won't be sending that upstairs. 3 dot balls and a 2 to start from Zampa. Zampa 3 wickets in the competition. Bowls again, Gulbadine, full dugout towards long off. That's the 50 for Afghanistan. Coming in the 7th over. 1 ball left in it. Gulbadine double figures.
Said Chad, last year when Australia won, David Warner got the player of the tournament. It easily could have gone to Adam Zampa. That's how good he was. He played such a big role in Australia winning.
So last ball of Zampa's first over. Into Zadran here. Yes. Forward defending. Great start from Zampa. Just 3 runs from the 7th over. Afghanistan 2 for 50. Their target is 169, but Australia only have 107 to play with in terms of net run rate. Our coverage is for Host Plus. That's a plus.
At E&S, we know that cooking to perfection means starting with the very best appliances. And the best place to start is the massive E&S 10-day cooking sale. Right now, get up to 20% off some of the world's finest cooking brands like Bosch, Fisher & Paykel, Westinghouse, Electrolux and Smeg. Our consultants are kitchen experts and we won't be beaten on price. So visit one of our 9 showrooms today or shop online and get the E&S feeling for less. Sell on now, T&C to play.
So just on that point before the break, confirm now that, yes, 107 is the point where Australia's net run rate goes below England. So if you're watching that, and I think most of us were coming into tonight, with all due respect to Afghanistan, it was about whether Australia could put themselves in a position to build a buffer over England. Now, very different game after only making 168. So 107 is the tipping point. But yes, I'll need to do an even better job than that to have any sort of buffer if England do beat Sri Lanka at the SCG tomorrow. Cameron Green on for his first twist. 8th over of the innings. He'll be coming in from the cathedral end with a deep third, deep point on the short boundary, then a long on, deep backward square, fine leg on the leg side. Into Gulbadine. He's on 10 from 8 balls. Cameron Green's first delivery. And Gulbadine flicks it out towards long leg. Kane Richardson stops it, gets the throw in, but it was hammered in that direction. Good cricket already from the former captain. He's 11 from 9, 2 for 51.
Striking them well. He's making a good sound as well. His bat, yeah, like I said, got 56 runs to play with for Australia. There are 4 Sri Lankan restaurants that I know of in Adelaide, Adam, all pretty good. If I were Australia, I would be heading there for lunch tomorrow.
Cameron Green bowls here to Zadran. Zadran sways out the way of a short one. Good pace, well directed.
I think the chance for Australia here is if Afghanistan continue to chase the score, Bharat. Looks like Green's on the bowl, that shorter length to the longer boundary. They're going to try and, as we see David Warner on the boundary, get thrown at about 15 hats there, Adam.
And we're also seeing the Afghanistan fans getting involved with Adam Zampa beneath this here. I think the TV cameras are on them as well. Here's Green bowling and beating Zadran outside the off stump, just fishing at one in the channel, not too dissimilar to what Hazelwood achieved back in the first over. And yes, David Warner is getting everything to sign over the fence, and sure enough, he's working through it methodically between balls. Little Davey Warner, always the crowd pleaser. He's literally getting this, throwing it back over his shoulder as well. He's signing and throwing. So it's all happening in front of the football stand between the Afghanistan fans and David Warner. Cam Green to the crease, bowls here on leg stump, pushed into the onside by Ibrahim, no run.
It's the length that the Afghanistan batters are uncomfortable, but whether or not that's the wicket-taking length which Australia need tonight is the question. They're going to try and play big shots off that, Bharat. It probably is the answer, but I can't see them doing that tonight.
Sorry to cut you off. They keep throwing bats over the fence at Warner. There must be 20 bits of kit lined up ready for Warner to sign. Between balls. Green delivers here. Here's the attempted ramp from Zadran. Doesn't get onto it. Ends up in the gloves of Wade. No concerns for Afghanistan. Tidy over from Green, though. Just 1 run from 5 balls so far and 3 runs from Zampa's previous over. So The middle over squeeze has begun.
Do you reckon David Warner signs both hands as well?
Very good.
We see him hitting sixes left and right-handed. Not tonight, but...
I'm sure if you asked him to, he'd say, of course I can. Of course, I can do whatever you want. Into greens first, David Bowles here, and again past the outside edge of Zadran. That's a quality over from the West Australian into the side tonight. Receives the applause of the Adelaide crowd. 8 overs gone. Afghanistan 2 for 51. They need to go at 9.8 and over from here to reach their target of 169 on SEN T20 World Cup cricket. For Host Plus, that's a plus.
Your home of tennis is The First Serve, live weekly on SEN, other themed podcasts, online at thefirstserve.com.au and on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram with all the latest news and results. Join us live Monday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern thanks to GLG Green Life Group, leaders in property services at Open Space Management at glgcorp.com. Taking your calls or on the tennisdirect.com.au text, Australia's #1 online tennis store. Use the code FIRSTSERVE10 to get a nice discount. The First Serve across the SEN network and the SEN app.
Adam Collins with South Australia's Chad Sayers, Bharat Sundaresan, another South Australian, released occasionally at different points. Adam Zampa to bowl over number 9. Our end, City end. Delivers here to Gulbadine on 11. It's a short, fine leg, gets a single. So even though there's a fielder inside the circle there, there's really no push there to cut off one. So that makes it 2 for 52. The strike goes back to Ibrahim Zadran.
On the back of the Cam Green over, I was surprised that they went to Stoinis first and not Green on this pitch against this batting lineup.
3 out on the leg side. Zampa bowls here. Zadran again, pass short, fine. This time fine enough. Towards the rope. Work to do. Just cut off there by Cameron Green. They get back for a third. Makes the score 2 for 55. That's 10 for Zadran, 12 for Gulbadine, back on strike.
Okay, no more signing stuff for David Warner for a while because Aaron Finch has caught up with him. Discussions between the two very senior players.
Yes, 2 elder statesmen have opened so much together for Australia across the journey. Zampa bowls here, slapping through the offside is Gulbadine. Great contact. Skips out to the rope in front of the pavilion. Gulbadine 16 and looking to really put it to the Australians early on. 2 for 59, Afghanistan halfway through over number 9.
Adam Zampa just going wide of the stumps there, gave Gulbadine a chance to free his arms. His big muscles, found the middle of the bat, beat Hulk number 2 at cover, Marcus Stoinis, threw his left hand out, couldn't stop it. Finds the boundary that Afghanistan needed.
Zampa to Gulbadine over the wicket. Gulbadine tucks him just in front of the square leg umpire. The eastern side of the ground takes on Cameron Green, gets 1, 2 for 60. Gulbadine 18.
Last time we were here, Adam, 2 nights ago, we saw Bangladesh just play Harakiri cricket and just throw their bats around. This is very smart batting by these two.
Chasing a similar target. Less tonight. Zampa bowls in the block hole. Zadran thinks about driving. In the end, just thrusts his bat towards the turf to keep out. It's akin to a Yorker. 2 for 60. 1 ball left in over 9.
He's so good at bringing the stumps into play, Zamps, isn't he? Making the batsman play across the line is his key chance of a wicket.
Last ball here. Zadran on 10. Will stay on 10. Punched out to extra cover. Nothing there. So 9 overs gone. Zampa started well. None for 12 from 2. Afghanistan 2 for 60. Their target's 169 and our coverage is for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Your home of tennis is The First Serve, live weekly on SEN, other themed podcasts, online at thefirstserve.com.au and on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram with all the latest news and results. Join us live Monday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern thanks to GLG Green Life Group, leaders in property services at Open Space Management at glgcorp.com. Taking your calls or on the tennisdirect.com.au text, Australia's #1 online tennis store. Use the code FIRSTSERVE10 to get a nice discount. The First Serve across the SEN network and the SEN app.
So 1 over short of halfway. Looking at our Beaumontale's screen, Australia's biggest, David Warner, back signing hats and bats. Doing the right thing. And also, a few bays over, the Afghanistan fans love this. They'll be sensing what's possible here tonight in their final group game of this World Cup. Cameron Green Away from the hill, bowls here, ties up Gulbadine, who tries to pull, hits him on the back thigh pad, gives it a rub straight away. 2 for 60 still is the score. They'll need to go at just on 10 and over from here, but they've only lost 2 wickets, and Gulbadine looks, early days, but looks pretty well set.
Yeah, he does, but different challenge against Cameron Green, isn't it? The height of him, the bounce, the pace. It's hard to find the middle of the bat on numerous occasions, and just saw that then hit the inner thigh.
Green close to the stumps to Gulbadine. That's great contact over deep mid-wicket, and it'll go all the way for 6. Got underneath it. Got those big muscles into the game. He's 23 from 14. That's his first big one. 2 for 66, Afghanistan.
On that occasion, Green just over-pitching. Didn't find that back of the length that had been troubling Gulbadine, and he took full toll, found the middle of the bat, and sent it into the crowd for 6.
I'll tell you what, they'll make him captain again, Gulbadine. Keeps going like this.
Start opening the batting and bowling all over again.
Oh, they've pretty much all had a go as captain at different points. I'll be back at the moment. Green bowls, Gulbadine tucks into the mid-wicket mix-up. Zadran, danger in. Richardson throw, direct hit. That'll be really close. There's overthrows in the meantime. Australia have to be all over this. In the end, they are. Warner in off the rope. They'll go upstairs, but Richardson, who was on the charge, hammered the stumps down. Gut feel, you're saying not out, fellas.
Yeah, just the reaction from the Aussies as soon as it happened, but you never know with direct hits, and yeah, we are
home. Home, comfortably, 1.5 foot. Great fielding from Richardson, and they just adjusted in time. They get through for a single on the overthrow off the stumps, but it was worth a ping. 2 for 66 now. Gulbadine 23. Just seeing it's a scoreboard. No, the scoreboard's wrong. The TV's right. 2 for 67. Gulbadine 24.
Just on the Afghan fans, Adam, another thing I learned is see them all together. They've been in discussions with the SACA and the ICC organizers. They wanted their own little space pocket at the ground, and those are the 3 bays that they were given. And you can see they've come. Some of them have marched all the way from Wavell. Wow. Way out just for this game.
It's great support, isn't it, Bharat? And they're making a heap of noise here tonight. The atmosphere is great down here at the Adelaide Oval.
Green delivers to Zadran, opens up the offside, ends up getting a fat top edge down towards third man. He lots of work to do to cut it off, and it won't be cut off. It was Zampa down there. Didn't look like the ball necessarily ran into the rope, but maybe his body was touching it. Either way, it looks like they'll check it, just making sure the third umpire. No, it did hit the sponge, right. That's why Zampa got straight up. Just obscured from our angle. 4 runs will be signalled in a moment. 11 runs from the over so far. So a discrepancy between the scoreboard at the ground and the television. They'll have to resolve that shortly. 2 for 71 on the board. Green delivers. Back of a length, defended by Zadran into the onside. And that will... No, 1 ball to come, right? That inconsistency remains. Let's keep our wits about us here, Chad.
We don't want another 5 ball over.
We don't want another 5 ball over. There's half a... We're at that end.
We're at that end.
If there's going to be a 5 ball over, it's going to be this over, and it's our man umpire, Langton Rosero, who had that issue earlier today. Twice.
I'll explain to you after, in the next over, what might have gone wrong.
Last ball before drinks. Zadran on strike off his hip. Helps it on its way to long leg for 1. He'll retain the strike. He's 15. So at the end of 10 overs, Afghanistan are 2 for 72. They've got off to a good start. They require 169 for victory. They've got Gulbadine Naib, the former captain, there on 24 from 15 there, with Ibrahim Zadran 15 from 21. We'll take a break. SEN T20 World Cup cricket, the host plus. That's a plus.
Jenny is a consultant. Her challenge. Renew her professional indemnity insurance for less. Jenny, are you
I did it online.
Already?
I just went to bizcover.com.au, compared policies from top insurers and saved hundreds.
It's not very dramatic.
Well, I also earned Qantas points with Qantas Business Rewards.
Ooh. Saving money with the business insurance specialists is so easy, there are literally no dramas. Go to bizcover.com.au to get instant cover online and save.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Time to renovate and want Aussie made? Check out Beaumont's Aussie made specials. Not $40 a square metre, priced from just $17.95. All other Aussie floor tiles 20% off, plus hybrid flooring up to 20% off too. Choose Beaumont's and save.
To Gurbaz again. Big into the stand. How big is it? Second Decker. Bowls to Usman Ghani, who swings top edge. Opportunity at mid-on or mid-off. It's got to be Cummins at mid-on, running across and he takes it. But I tell you what, it was Warner's catch. Goes back and pulls him into the stands. Over deep mid-wicket. The second time that Hazelwood's gone the journey. Bowls to Gurbaz on 30. Over. No. Mid-off. Gone. This time it's taken. This time Gurbaz goes to Richardson. To Gulbadeen. That's great contact over deep mid-wicket and it'll go all the way for 6. So Australia made 8 for 168 after being sent in, not enough. Maxwell, 54 not out from 32, top scoring with support early from Mitchell Marsh, who made 45 from 30 balls. But Afghanistan only need to get to 107 to ensure that Australia can't overtake England on net run rate, regardless of what happens tomorrow. So, with that in mind, we're reaching the stage where Australia just need to win this game of cricket. Afghanistan will need to go at 9.7 runs and over from here. They're not blessed with that much depth, it must be said, through the middle order. However, they will have the belief and they will know how important this is. And I'm looking forward to seeing Darwish Razuli bat a little bit later on, because he's known as a finisher coming through the ranks, and he'll be certainly part of this conversation.
Don't forget Rashid Khan. We're at the Adelaide Oval. There's one guy all of them have come to see, all the Afghans around the Adelaide Oval on his home ground.
And also Mohammad Nabi, we can't overlook him.
Of course,
all that experience.
Rashid Khan, wicket, really good catch.
Yep.
I'm sure he wants to perform with the bat as well. 3 out
on the leg side for Zampa, starting over number 3. Also Zadran on 15. Flat to start. Zadran takes 1 to deep point. He's 16. 2 for 73. 96 needed for 59 balls for the win for Afghanistan.
The Aussies will be worried while Gulbadeen's still in. He's the one with the firepower. He's the one scoring at the moment. And as we know, if they get over 107, then that run rate stays below England.
Something special from Zampa needed. The Gulbadeen on 24, leg stump. Again, able to work the angle towards short fine. It's collected by Mitchell Marsh. They get 1, 2 for 74.
This is very professional batting. They're going about it the right way.
Can the Aussies bring someone else up in the circle just to try and make a mistake?
Got to try something here. Need wickets. Zampa wider of the crease. Zadran on the cut, out to deep cover. Gets the angle right again. They'll get 2. Throw comes in. Out from Pat Cummins, but needed to be a direct hit to even make it interesting, and it wasn't. 2 for 76 now. Looking at the strike rates of the players to come. Najib strikes at 142. Nabi 140. They'll be the 2 most likely if it gets hairy for them in the last 5 overs. It's all now Beaumont tail screen, Australia's biggest. Zampa here. Zadran on 18. Again, accesses the offside. Deep point in play. It's 1. Pat Cummins out there. 2 for 77. Ibrahim Zadran is 19.
They keep playing like this. It's just easily getting singles, aren't they? And in another 3 or 4 overs, they're going to be on 100 without risk. Bring someone else up in the circle, make a risk.
And I wonder how deflating that'll be. Zampa bowls down the ground. Again, the angle's not too bad to Maxwell. They might take him on. They do take him on. Super running. Non-strikers end. That was Ibrahim Zadran, the younger of the 2 men. He put the foot down and got back. 27 for Gulbadeen. 2 for 79. There's already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 runs from the over. Yeah, I wonder when they get to 107. The Aussies will know 107's the number. At that point, how tough it might get. Give Afghanistan a further boost as well. Zampa to Gulbadine, who lunges forward, defends just behind point. No single there. So 7 runs from Zampa's over. He's bowled 3, none for 19. 11 gone. Afghanistan 2 for 79. They have 90 left to win from 9 overs.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. If you have a truck, crave a work-life balance and the option to work your way, become an owner driver for State Transport. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
So an even 10 and over needed for Afghanistan to beat Australia for the first time at senior level. And to completely destroy Australia's qualification hopes. So long as Australia win, they'll live to fight one more day, pending what happens at the Sydney Cricket Ground tomorrow between England and Sri Lanka. But not a lot of blood going to it out there at the moment. It's drifting.
It's definitely drifting at that 100 mark, isn't it? But as Matthew Wade said, they want to win firstly. If this says they're going to have to take that.
Feels that way as Kane Richardson, already in the book, starts over 2. Cathedral end, bowls to Zadran, who steers down to deep third where Adam Zampa picks it up in front of the bays of Afghanistan fans. They cheer the single, 2 for 80.
They're doing it easily at the moment. These 2 spin off pace. This game so far just sums up Australia in this World Cup, Adam and Chad. They've not just looked tuned up enough. Every time we felt something's going to happen, someone's going to put their hand up and really take the game by the scruff of the neck, except that Stoinis assault against Sri Lanka. It's pretty much gone that way. We saw it against Ireland. Just haven't been able to finish the job either.
Third man comes up for Gulbadine. It's on 27, big swing, no contact. Gotta love the way he goes about it. I think that's spot on. I mean, go back to opening night, they were stunned.
Yeah.
And we were down there after, Baz, talking to a few of the players, and you could see it, you could detect, they were like, what just happened here? Pumped by 89 runs at the SCG. I mean, the Sri Lanka game, the chase wasn't going too well until Maxwell and Stoinis intervened. More focus on Finch's strike rate than the runs that were eventually made. Oh, here's Richardson down the leg side, a wide. Doesn't catch up with it there, Gulbadine. If he had have, there was no chance for Josh Hazlewood at short fine leg. They're probably lucky it was a wide. 2 for 81.
We're giving Australia's 2020 game too much credit, though. I mean, they weren't expected to win last year's World Cup, were they, in Dubai? Their form leading into this World Cup wasn't great.
Good point.
Very good point.
Lost to England, beat the West Indies, but they didn't get out of the group stage in Hobart. Richardson bowls here. Out towards long on he goes. Gulbadine gets it there again. Tried to drag it in, Steve Smith. Went with the right mitt. Went the goalkeeper effort to try and parry it down. But that wasn't possible either. 6 runs for Gulbadine. He's 33. To the longest boundary on the ground tonight as well. All the more impressive. Watching it back here on our replay screen for Beaumont Tiles. Australia's biggest Chad Sayers.
Yeah, just a length ball there from Kane Richardson. Steve Smith flying with one hand on the boundary.
He got there.
To his high standards, he would have thought he caught that.
He got there. Couldn't keep it in. Richardson bowls again. Gulbadine, thick edge for more. Between the keeper and the man at short third. Gulbadine to 37 from 21. He wasn't in the squad until a couple of days ago. 2 for 91 Afghanistan. The required rate drops to 9.36 runs and over.
Adam Collins and Chad Sayers is no longer about Australia and net run rate. This is about how close Afghanistan can get. And right now, they're bossing this game. This is superb batting in the middle overs. We saw them.
Sorry, Baz.
Partnership on to 51. We saw this with the death bowling. They've been superb with their batting as well.
Richardson again to Gulbadine. who goes out through point, just in front of point. Could be 4 more. No, Cameron Green does well, using his wingspan out there in front of the deep cover rope. Receives the applause of the fans on that side of the ground. 2 for 92, 1 ball left in over number 12.
Yeah, they're talking about going at just over 8 and over. Just under 9 and over with 8 wickets left. And Gulbuddin Naib, from the moment he's walked out, he's been crunching these blows. I said earlier, sun's out, guns out.
Back to Zadran on 20. Last ball of Richardson's over. Up over cover. That'll go. 1 bounce over the rope. Nearly got the journey. A big over for Afghanistan. 18 runs coming from it. They're 2 for 92 after 12.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. With leading industry rates and ongoing training, State Transport are the best employers for local couriers, heavy rigids and semis. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Correction after the board caught up, 2 for 96, so 73 needed from the last 48 deliveries. And, well, all the attention tonight, understandably, was on the defending champions, Chad. No side's gone back-to-back in this tournament across 7 editions. And, well, Australia were on the cusp of being bundled out one way or the other. A lot will need to go right from here with these two looking very much set. And the response in turn is that they go to their senior bowler, Pat Cummins.
That's right. They need a wicket. They need something to happen in Australia, so they go to their number 1, Paddy Cummins. His form hasn't been great leading into this game, but he has to find something special here for his country.
So Cummins away from us. City end. Into Gulbuddin on 38. Doing as he pleases. Smacks it to long on. Glenn Maxwell doesn't quite get there. He was on the charge and brilliant on the half volley to collect it cleanly. 1 more metre and he would have reached it. The crowd give him a round of applause for the effort. Watching it back again. Yeah, he's done so well there.
It's an exceptional piece of fielding by Grant Maxwell.
So 2 for 97. Gulbuddin off strike. He's 39.
Yeah, you didn't want to miss that either. It would have hit him where it would have hurt.
Cummins now to Zadran, the slower of the two. Bowls here, Zadran towards backward point. Does it carry? I don't think it's carried. Doesn't look like it by the reaction of Mitchell Marsh into the turf. The slower ball from Cummins prompting the false stroke, but it stays at 2 for 97. We predict that still has Australia ahead, 53 to 47. We're seeing that on our Beaumont tile screen. Australia's biggest. I think Bazviz has Afghanistan in front. Absolutely. I think Chad Viz does as well.
Yeah, I told you 50-48.
Everything is going Afghanistan's way at the moment, isn't it, Bharat? You're jumping up and down in the comms box.
Here's Cummins to the crease again. Swing miss from Zadran, who's 24 from 28. He's playing that anchor role, and we know he's not that kind of player.
Yeah.
He's a more conservative player by disposition. So he's just got to keep the ball ticking over and giving a strike back to Big Gulbuddin.
Yeah, and the senior player has walked down and just maybe asked him to calm down. Not often that Gulbuddin Naib can ask someone else to calm down.
If they win this, he'll jump into the crowd.
Oh, for sure.
More certain.
I think Bharat will as well.
Could be all down there. Cummins up to the crease. Goes for the, ramp in the end. Well outside the off stump. Wasn't in the same postcode. Ibrahim Zadran there. 2 for 97 remains the score. 2 left in over 13.
I know there are some plans for later tonight to hit Rundle Street circuit, maybe. Trust me, if Afghanistan win, we should all be heading to Prospect.
Okay.
They're not going to sleep tonight.
Okay.
BYO, of course. But
no, that's fine. Out Exeter. In Prospect. I don't need any further encouragement.
Aga Juice House, Juice Center, that's where we're headed.
Duly noted. Cummins. Zadran on 24, ducks a short one. The only real option there. I'm looking forward to seeing the radar on that. One short ball of the over, so signalled by the umpire. 145 clicks as a bouncer. That takes some doing.
It did look quick from the comms box up here. Paddy Cummins trying to create something for the Aussies. That's one ball that Afghanistan haven't looked comfortable against, is a short ball. They'll be taking away a wicket option. Badly need a wicket here, Australia.
Cummins in. Last ball of his over. Zadran off the back foot. Comfortably placing it to deep point, keeping the strike. Just 2 runs coming from it, though. Good over for Australia. 13 gone, 2 for 98. Afghanistan. We're on SEN T20 World Cup cricket. For Host Plus, that's a plus.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. If you have a truck, crave a work-life balance and the option to work your way, become an owner driver for State Transport. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
So Zampa back into the attack. 10.14 is the asking rate across the last 7 overs for Afghanistan. 71 runs away from the finish line, and Zampa only has 1 over left. Up for 19 so far. Deep point, long off underneath the scoreboard. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. They're the 5 outside. A couple of men behind point on the offside. Effectively 2 short third men. Catching cover, short fine leg inside the ring. Zampa bowls and full. Dug out by Zadran to deep mid-wicket. They want a second. Gulbadeen to the danger end. If it's a direct hit, it's going to be close. It's got to be out. That is a brilliant piece of fielding in off the rope. Of course, it's Glenn Maxwell. They'll go upstairs and check. Gulbadeen wanted that. It wasn't that he turned blind. Had the binoculars on him. He turned and he wanted it. He was always going. He called Zadran through. Upstairs we go.
Yeah, Gulbadeen Naib's already walking off. Just brilliance from Glenn Maxwell. Well out of his crease. He came and he was on the move as well. Just picked it in one motion. He can do some special things on the field, and Australia needed something very, very special in that very moment.
Chad, we saw Glenn Maxwell with that pick up and throw beneath us in the previous over. I suppose that gives you a sense of how well he's seeing it. Next over, next touch, direct hit run out from 55 metres away, as if it were foretold.
And that's why he's so good, isn't he? He wants the ball, he wants to create, he wants to do something special. Australia needed something special. Glenn Maxwell's offered it to him, giving him a chance now. Afghanistan 3 for 99.
So Gulbadeen is gone. We should note that he was the man who was seeing it like a football out here at the Adelaide Oval. An enterprising innings. Run out for 39 from 23 balls, but has put Afghanistan in a really strong position, more than halfway there. And Mohammad Nabi walks in to ice this game. That'll be the plan anyway. All of his experience. Carded to be at 7, in at 5, saying, lads, I'll take care of this.
MS Dhoni 2011 World Cup final.
Zadran initially sweeping, catches the call, edge of the circle, wickets in consecutive deliveries. Adam Zampa gets in the book. Mitchell Marsh with the safe hands, and both set men are gone in 2 balls to start this 14th over. Gulbadeen run out, and now Zadran caught on the edge of the short fine circle for 26 from 23 balls.
We saw a direct hit run out the other night, changed things around for India. Could it happen for Australia? Both set batters out, back-to-back balls. It's not a very easy pitch to play the sweep on. We saw that with Mitchell Marsh. Unless you're really trying to give it a go. Just trying to lap it around the corner. All he's done is got a top edge, easy catch. 107's too close, but at least Australia have more or less dented Afghanistan chances. Oh, a shock win, but they still keep coming. Najibullah Zadran is known for his 6 hitting.
And Nabi's been a good nick as well. He made 41 not out from 17 balls in the warm-up game win over Bangladesh a couple of weeks ago at AB Field. Made 51 not out against Pakistan in the other warm-up game that they played. So it stands to reason that he's brought himself up, the 37-year-old returning captain, his 6th World Cup. He's kind of seen it all. The first to reach 100 T20 internationals for Afghanistan. a 20-year career there from the very start back in ICC Division 5. He's played against everybody. Every country in associate cricket has been an adversary of Mohammad Nabi at one point or another. 33 teams on his cricket info page, this guy. Well, the chance tonight to beat Australia, and he's got Najib Zadran for company, the left-hander, forward to defend the first delivery. So 2 fresh batsmen after 2 wickets in 2 balls.
Yeah, a lot of experience out there in the middle. Nabi and Zadran. Rashid still to come a little later. They played a lot of T20 cricket between themselves.
Najib facing Zampa, goes out over towards long off. Won't go far. Will end up with Glenn Maxwell. It's 3 wickets in 4 balls, and Afghanistan are having quite the wobble in over number 14, and it all started with a direct hit run out with Maxwell. And he's got the ball again 3 deliveries later, the easiest of catches. It's now 5 for 99, a very different looking scoreboard. Chad Sayers.
It is a funny game, cricket, isn't it? As you said, the 3rd wicket to be taken in this over. Bit of Maxwell magic. And now Adam Zampa coming into his own. It's been a great 2020 bowler for the last 2 or 3 years. He's a match winner. And he's 107 enough.
Yeah, it's all in the last over for him, and you make a good point in that, I mean, 107, all that constitutes as being ahead tonight. If England win by a run,
yeah,
you know, it leaves them nothing, right? But at least it's something.
Yeah.
And it'll mean that England go into tomorrow knowing they need to get the job done. As we see Darwish Rasooli coming in, as I mentioned in our intro conversation earlier today. There's a lot of hype about this kid. He made his debut earlier this year against Bangladesh. He's got a strike rate 192 in domestic cricket, one of the recently completed home summer. Very popular on Twitter amongst Afghan fans thinking about the future. So his first chance in the competition proper. Played in the warm-up games. On strike here, the young right-hander to Adam Zampa with 2 balls left in his spell. Big over this. Delivers here. Rasooli off the mark first ball. Digging out a full ball. Out to extra cover. They'll get a couple. In the end, a big diving effort needed from Cameron Green to stop a 4. Just timed it so well. Got quicker and quicker through the outfield. 5 for 101 now. 1 left in over 14.
A great start by Rasooli there. Just opened the hands up. Found the middle of the bat, and a great chase and save by Cameron Green, the big fella. The cover boundary. Knocked it to David Warner. Great piece of fielding.
Zampa's last ball. Bowls to Rasooli. His second ball. It's the flat top spinner. Kept out well. End of Zampa's spell. 2 for 22. But more importantly, 3 wickets coming in that 14th over for Australia.
Sustained performance in cricket is more than just one great innings. It's about performing consistently day after day, match after match. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
So 5 for 101. Australia have dragged themselves into a much better position. Go back and over, and we're talking about, at least off air, well, if Australia lose, can they still stay in the tournament? Technically they can, but it takes some doing. Hazelwood back into the attack. Bowls to Nabi. His first ball steered down to deep third for 1. 5 for 102. So if Australia go down here, and look, they're in a much better spot now, they would need Sri Lanka to annihilate England tomorrow.
Yeah. And if the moment Afghanistan go past 107, all they can hope for is Sri Lanka beating England.
Yeah, all it will take, you know, if Australia win here, it just takes a win for Sri Lanka. But if they lose, then, you know, on paper at least they remain a chance. But yes, almost impossible to make up that kind of run rate from there. So it's Hazelwood. His third over. He's got a wicket earlier. Bowling here through the offside, out towards deep point goes Rasooli. He's on 3.
Oh yes, come on.
5 for 103. We're in the 15th over.
I've seen only 3 balls of Rasooli, but Does he strike that ball well or what? That sound, you can hear it resonate around the Adelaide Oval. No wonder social media is really excited about it.
He's an electric player, isn't he? As you said, he's got all the shots in the book. He's made for this game.
Hazelwood over the wicket. Now River End bowls here. Across the line, out towards deep square goes Darby, and it carries. 4 wickets in the space of an over and a half. Hazelwood gets a second. David Warner out there, 6 for 103. The captain falls from his second ball for 1. And just for a moment, they'll have a chance again at considering what happens if they bowl them out for under 107. All happening Adelaide Oval, Chad Sayers.
It's a bit of a nothing shot there from Darby, wasn't it? It wasn't a full-blooded pull shot. Maybe just skidded on a little bit from Josh Hazelwood. But an easy catch on the fence to David Warner. Australia take another wicket. Afghanistan breaking at 6 for 103.
4 wickets in 9 balls, Baz. Afghanistan have had a good look here tonight at doing something special, but it's fading away. But all of that said, here comes Adelaide's own Rashid Khan.
Here he comes. You can just hear the cheer around the ground. And he gets this cheer every time he walks out to the Adelaide Oval, doesn't he, Chad? It's just, I said earlier, free haircuts, free meals, wherever he goes here. And trust me, he would want to put on a show. Whether Afghanistan win from here or not, he's not going to die wandering. He's going to play some shots.
18,500 people in Adelaide Oval tonight. Just a tick over that. Hazelwood into Rashid Khan. His first ball. Took 2 wickets earlier. Rashid goes back, deflects out to backward point. No run.
Australia just clinging on by the skin of their teeth. 4 runs to play with. The question also is, I know we have a big Australian audience listening to us. As a neutral, who would you want progressing from this group into the semi-finals? Australia just haven't looked good at all as a team. I know I'm speaking to a former Australian cricketer sitting right next to me, but would the World Cup do better with New Zealand, England progressing?
Yeah, I think it would, for a competition-wise.
2 left in over 15. Hazelwood bowls here. Playing off the front foot is Rashid out to deep point. Come back for a couple. Surely to the danger end, no concerns. 6 for 105.
Yeah, for the competition, I think England are more dynamic. They're playing better cricket. You look at Josh Butler, how electric's here. You want to watch him. Liam Livingstone, just some great hitting, some great power. Australia probably haven't been at their best the whole competition.
And that group 2, the other group, other side of the draw, could spit out some wild results on Sunday afternoon. Probably worth pacing through what's ahead on SEN T20 World Cup cricket. The host plus, that's a plus. We're seeing a conversation between the batters and the umpires, and I have no idea what they're on about here. Running on the pitch, possibly. Oh, short run. No.
Was it a short run?
It wasn't a short run. That's what we're seeing a replay of on telly. The Beaumont Tiles, Australia's biggest. Umpire's up. I mean,
Alim Dar's now pointing. Oh,
he's not happy with something. He's pointing out towards deep square leg.
Pointing at Cam Green.
We're seeing a dead ball signal from the square leg. Did the square leg umpire call a short run? Is that what's happened here? Last ball from Hazelwood. Short and pulled out to deep mid-wicket. We'll hopefully get another look on our Beaumont Tile screen between overs. 15 overs gone. We're into the death overs. Afghanistan will need 63 runs from them. A tick over, 12s from here. 6 for 106 with Rashid on 3 and Rasuli also on 3.
Winning in cricket is hard. You need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Mexican wave time at Adelaide Oval. Exact crowd, 18,672. Kane Richardson, 1 for 26, starts his third over, slapped back over his head by Rashid Khan. Not with any real authority. Time to collect it just inside the rope. Glenn Maxwell, they get a second run. So they 61 from 29 from here. Rashid Khan up to 5 from a few balls.
108, Adam.
108.
Let's head to the Sri Lankan restaurant tomorrow, trust me.
108 it is. That will mean that tonight at least Australia cannot finish ahead of England on net run rate terms. So you can kind of ignore the points measure for that. They would still go ahead of England on points. The pressure will be on the English tomorrow, but all they'll need to do is win to go through. Richardson bowls across the line. Goes Rashid out towards deep mid-wicket, gets his 6th run, 6 for 110. In the other group, there's a scenario where, and Baz, you and I will be on the call for Pakistan, Bangladesh, the second game of a triple header on Sunday. If Pakistan win and then Zimbabwe beat India at the MCG, they do a little switcheroo.
Yep, absolutely.
Where Pakistan would go in for India. That's still possible after last night when they beat South Africa, who are on 5 points. They'll need to beat the Dutch here in the first game on Sunday. Richardson to the crease, delivers here. Another slap, this time just to mid-off. There'll be no chance for a run-out, even though Mitch Marsh is quickly in on it. 6 for 110. That leaves 59 runs from 27 balls.
Zimbabwe beating India in front of 90,000 Indians. That would be one of the greatest moments in sporting history if that happens.
Imagine that. Sikandar Raza, Sean Williams.
Yeah, you never know. Muzrabani, Girava, tall seamers, something on the MCG pitch. Who knows?
In comes Richardson, delivers here over the wicket. Block hole. Good Yorker to Rashid Khan. Stays on 6. Prods it out to mid-off.
Zimbabwe have knocked India out of a World Cup before, 1999. Henry Olonga, Adelaide zone.
Henry Olonga, that's right. Yeah.
Henry. I really like the look of South Africa in that group. Apart from their game against Pakistan last night, I think they've got some firepower at the top of the order. De Kock, Rousseau, David Miller, and their bowling stocks are really good as well.
That was a wild game last night, wasn't it? Had everything. Richardson gets to the crease to Rashid, dancing and slapping again, and it won't be third time's a charm. Cut off at mid-off for the third time in the over. Cameron Green now. They'll still get through for 1 though, 6 for 111. 1 ball left in over number 16. So the required rate's up to 14. The probability of Afghanistan doing it from here is diminishing by the ball.
It's a great test for Richo here to come back in the side and bowl these death overs that he has done for years. He's playing for his chance in the finals if they do go that far.
Richardson delivers full out towards extra cover. It's been that kind of over. Singles only. 6 for 112. So 4 overs left and 57 runs needed. SEN T20 World Cup cricket, the host plus. That's a plus. 6 for 112.
Kane has a carpentry business. His challenge to renew his public liability insurance for less than his old policy. On your marks, get set.
Yeah, I just did it.
What?
Yeah, I went online to BizCover. Took 5 minutes. I compared a bunch of policies. I saved over $250.
So, no dramas?
No dramas at all.
There are literally no dramas when you go to BizCover, the business insurance specialists. Save time, money, and get instant cover at bizcover.com.au.
Pat Cummins back to bowl his 4th over. He's got none for 14 so far. He's played his role. Economy of 4.7. So yes, plenty to come on SEN T20 World Cup cricket, the host plus. That's a plus across the weekend. The games to come: England and Sri Lanka tomorrow at Sydney, the only game. That'll decide whether England or Australia go through with New Zealand, who are definitely through now. Cummins bowls first of the 17th, and it's steered away by Rasuli out to deep backward point. They'll get through for 2, 6 for 114. Rasuli 7. They need 55 from 23. Then on Sunday, the triple header starts in the morning. Only morning game of the comp, waiting for the final group game for that. Go figure. South Africa, Netherlands here, followed by Bangladesh, Pakistan, which we'll be on for, followed by the MCG finisher, India, Zimbabwe, in front of 90,000 people. Zimbabwe never would have played in front of 90,000 people before.
Absolutely not.
What a great opportunity, having made it through qualification and all the rest, and knocked off Pakistan. Cummins delivers here. Opening up the offside is Rasuli. Gets 1 to deep backward point again. 6 for 115. He's on 8. 54 from 22 it becomes now.
Paddy Cummins just found a bit of form tonight, hasn't he? He's been allowed to just find his rhythm well. He smashed a good length ball with some great pace. Rolled his variations well. Up for 17 of 3.2 today. Probably deserves a wicket or two.
Whatever happens tonight, Pat Cummins will be back on the 17th, captaining Australia for the first time in an ODI against England. New role for him.
3-game one-day series following the World Cup. He'll get a chance to take a breath. Straight back to Adelaide, then over to Sydney and Melbourne. Then week after that, first test between Australia and the West Indies over at Perth Stadium. All on SEN. Cummins over the wicket, away from us. Bowls here, short I should say. Glenn Maxwell on the edge of the circle at mid-on. Says, I'll take a ping. Doesn't hit. Hands on his head. He's like, even now with the game effectively wrapped up, he's riding the bumps. He might be a contender. He will be a contender, of course, for the BizCover Player of the Match. No Dramas Business Insurance, the highest score on show, making 54 not out from 32. I still think, though, that Naveen Al-Haq's been the most impressive individual performance.
Absolutely.
Cummins delivers here. Short ball. Oh, what's that? Helicopter. Near enough, Rashid Khan, who plays that shot well. We've seen that in the IPL. He moves to 8. 6 for 116. A shot you know all about, having written MS Dhoni's biography, Bharat.
Yeah, but this is the overhead helicopter. The helicopter generally is like a full ball where he says, like, yeah, this was like the complete opposite of that. Yeah, he is a freak talent, isn't he, Rashid Khan?
He's probably the best exponent of that world cricket at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. He's right up there with MS Dhoni. The way he connects and how often he does it as well.
So Cummins in. He's got fine leg inside the circle. Bowling here to Rasuli. Opening up the offside. That's better. Over the top of the man on the circle with extra cover. Getting a boundary for his bravery. 6 for 120. Rasuli beats Rashid into double figures. He's 12. They need 49 from 19. Not outside the realms of possibility, but it'll take something special.
Bad way to, sorry Chad, not a bad way to announce yourself, right?
That's right, I was just about to say, he's been great since he's walked out to Adelaide Oval. First game of the World Cup. What a place to do it under pressure against one of the best in the world. He hasn't missed a beat.
He's on 12. Last ball, the Cummins spell. Delivers here, swings and misses. Rasuli not happy with himself. So Afghanistan will require 49 from the last 18 balls in this final group game. Super 12 stage, Group 1. Afghanistan 6 for 120 after 17.
Don't miss today's deal at Macca's. Grab a small Big Mac meal and 6 Chicken McNuggets for $7.90. Claim a new deal every day of November, only on the My Macca's app. Value means more at Macca's. See in-app for today's deals.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
SEN T20 World Cup cricket by Host Plus, that's a plus. 3 overs to go, 49 needed. For Afghanistan to do it, they'll need to go 16.33 runs an over. And if they can, it'll be an historic victory, but Australia with plenty of options at the death. First of those to be used will be Kane Richardson. His 4th over starting here to Rashid Khan. Rashid trying to pull hard into the onside, but inside edge means they only get a single to long on. 6 for 122. Rashid ticks over to 9.
Not to cast any aspersions, Adam, but with 17 balls left, I think not a bad time to just think about some of those senior players on the field.
Yeah.
Will we ever get to see David Warner play T20I cricket for Australia? Like I said, not before August 2023 now, their next international game in this format. What about Finch? What about Maxwell? Just turned 34.
Richardson here, up to Rasuli. Cathedral end, Rasuli swings hard. Skews it out to deep point. Football stand side of the ground. He's 13, 6 for 123. It's a great point about Finch, Warner, Wade, especially. The 3 guys were 36. I know Maxwell won more World Cup cycle almost certainly, but this is the time when historically the Australian side with one-day World Cups have gone, right, End of the cycle, time to get some games with some kids.
Also, don't forget the constantly changing landscape of world cricket. 2 years is a long time.
Sure. That's spot on. Richardson bowls, and again, it's an attempted hoik from Rashid Khan out towards deep mid-wicket. It ends up there by the inside portion of his bat. 6 for 123. I mean, in 2 years' time, the power of the leagues around the world and where the international cricket will sit around that, who's to know?
We are hearing out of the IPL that they might be contracting for 4-year periods, and you never know how many of these players are going to be in this side in 2 years' time anyway, so the landscape is changing.
Halfway through over 18. Richardson here, up and over the top of the offside. It'll bounce before reaching David Warner. Relay effort with Mitchell Marsh. Great piece of fielding, Warner. As you say, one of the players who might be playing his final T20 international this evening. 6 for 1, 2 for. He's had a mighty career. 98 games, or 99 tonight actually. It would have been 100 in the semi-final if they make it. And look, they still might. But let's be realistic. The probability isn't high at this particular juncture. And 25 scores above 50. So consistent. Richardson here. Oh, bang! Over deep square leg into the pavilion. That's the biggest 6 we've seen tonight, or at least the most forceful. Rashid Khan's not given up. He's 16. They need 39 from 13. And that's the kind of equation that gets you believing as a chasing team, especially when you've got a guy with you like Rasuli, who's got the temperament for going big as well.
And Richardson on that occasion just went with his stock ball, back of the length. Rashid Khan put all his body into it.
Last ball of the over. Richardson goes, and over the top goes Rashid towards extra cover in the direction of the scoreboard. Has that gone as well? It sure has. 2 big ones to finish over number 18. It'll leave Afghanistan an eminently chaseable 33 from the final 2 overs. The crowd beneath us going absolutely wild. 6 for 136. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, Scotty from Western United. Be there live at Amy Park this Sunday when we take on Adelaide United. Fan Village from 3:30, kick-off 5 p.m. Get behind the green and black. Get your tickets at tickettech.com.au.
Just when it looked like Australia were going to win tonight fairly comfortably, Rashid Khan says, no, we're not having that. This is too good an opportunity, and this is my ground. This is Adelaide Oval. 6-6 to finish Kane Richardson's over. And suddenly, I think Matthew Wade will need to have a little think about who bowls the death overs. He'll have one here from Hazelwood, and a decision to make for over 20, acknowledging that Cummins has bowled out, as has Richardson, as has Zampa. It'll be Cameron Green or Marcus Stoinis, who only bowled 1 over inside the power play, or Cameron Green, who missed out with the bat, hasn't played for 3 weeks.
August, you think Stoinis?
Nah, definitely Cameron Green, but wait to see how this over plays out first.
33 needed. Hazelwood, always hard to hit. Rasuli outside the off stump, lets it go, and it isn't called. And he's not happy with the decision of umpire Ali Dar. Doesn't matter, it's got no recourse when it's a wide, so it's 11 balls left for 33. Love a replay, TV. Where are we?
Well executed by Josh Hazelwood, just inside the wide line. Rasuli just backed away a little bit there, and Josh Hazelwood nailed his Yorker.
So Hazelwood again. In towards Rasuli, delivers here, falls straight, dug out towards cover. He'll be at the danger end if they throw. They choose not to. But it does get Rashid Khan back on strike. Rasuli's 15, 6 for 137, 32 needed, 10 balls. If Rashid Khan can face about 8 of them.
He's going to have to, isn't he? I can guarantee it. The helicopter is coming out of this short boundary.
Fielders out at long on, deep mid-wicket. Deep backward square, deep backward point, and deep cover. So mid-off inside the circle. So spine leg. Hazelwood to Rashid, who swings and throws himself onto the turf when he doesn't make contact. Completely off balance, and for the second time in 3 balls, Hazelwood has landed his wider delivery outside the off stump, just inside the tram tracks. Class.
That's right. He's got a backward point and a deep point out in the fence on the offside for Rashid Khan, taking him away from the short boundary on the leg side. As we've seen all night with the quicks, well-executed Yorkers. One of the hardest ball to hit, one of the hardest balls to execute.
Interesting what position David Warner takes at deep mid-wicket, Adam and Chad, when Rashid Khan is on strike. It's almost like he's about to start running, just giving himself that position from where he can run in either direction.
Hazelwood to Rashid on 22. This time he makes the contact he needs. It'll go all the way over the head of David Warner. Rashid keeps it alive just. 26 from 8. That has been done in his competition. Bharat Kohli was involved on that night. Rashid Khan has a similar reputation as a match winner, usually with ball in hand, but so much belief. 6 for 143, target 169.
It is inevitable that Rashid Khan would put on a show, and he is doing right that.
3 out, leg side, 2 to go for Hazelwood. Rashid swings and misses in the gloves of Wade for the 3rd time in the over. So with the exception of the 6, they've struggled through the 19th. 26 from 7 left on the board for the visitors.
Disappointed there, Rashid Khan. He just thought he missed out on another boundary option there. Josh Hazelwood dropped short. Similar ball to the previous 6. Fortunately for Rashid Khan.
Where's he bowling this, Chad?
Wide Yorker.
Wide Yorker. Got protection at deep point if he gets it there. Backward point to Hazelwood's last ball. Rashid over the top of mid-off. Has that gone as well? 1 bounce 4. 1 bounce 4. They'll need 22 from the final over. It still hasn't quite gone to plan, even though Rashid is giving the Afghanistan fans loads to cheer about. He's 32 from 17. Rasooli 15 from 13 down the other end. It'll be the ladder on strike for the start of over 20. They need 22 from it. They're 6-147. SEN T20 World Cup cricket, the host plus. That's a plus, Chad Sayers.
He's given him a chance now, though, hasn't he? His batting has been electric tonight. I wonder sometimes why he doesn't bat higher in the order. Even for the strikers, he never bats in the top 6. With this power and this batsmanship he shows, get him in there earlier, Bharat.
Oh, very much so. It's almost like he's so much more comfortable when he doesn't have to face too many balls, but he can just come out there and put on a show like this.
Marcus Stoinis bowled over number 5. Now he'll bowl over number 20. None for 9 then inside the Tyre Power power play. Has to close it out. Rasooli 15 from 13. Impressive so far. 2 out on the offside, 3 on the leg. Full toss down the leg side. Wide's given. Back on strikes Rashid. Throw to the non-strikers then from Stoinis in a direct hit. They'll go upstairs. Feels like he's back based on the reaction of the Australians. But what a result for Afghanistan either way. No balls bowled in the over, for it will be a wide signal. And Rashid has got himself down the business end. With 6 balls to go, it'll either be 20 or 21, depending on the decision of the run-out.
Yeah, Rasooli just wasn't game aware then, was he? Rashid Khan wanted to get on strike.
He is run out. Barely in the frame. The reason why the Australians aren't getting up and about is they're frustrated that it's going to be Rashid with 21 from 6 after that wide from Stoinis. So the run-out at least means that Rashid's batting with someone new. 7 for 148. Rasooli finishes with 15 run out from 13 balls. But there's something there. There's clearly something there with Rasooli. One to watch in 2 years' time in the Caribbean in the lead up to that competition. We could still have the big finish at Adelaide. It'll take something in the next 2 balls, though, Chad. He'll need to put a big dent in it in the first and second ball of the over.
There's no doubt he needs a couple of 6s here, doesn't he? Just to get the ball rolling.
Rashid facing here, cross the line, gets it to short fine, doesn't take the single. Right call. Isn't going to give the strike to Naveen. Naveen Al-Huxton here, man, with him. It was just superb earlier with the ball. So 21 from 5. we all know what that means.
Yeah, just going back to the conversations with the Afghans, they said, we live in Australia. Australia has given us so much, but once we go onto the field, it's going to be Rashid Khan versus Australia for us. When Rashid Khan is on strike, when he's doing something, we're going to support him.
Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on the leg side. Rashid gets a full toss, out to deep backward square, gets a 4. Fine of the man in that position, hit it too well, out to the chapel stands. That leaves 17 from 4. They passed 150, 7 for 152. What a game Afghanistan have had against the defending champions and hosts. Marcus Stoinis went the back of the hand option, got the drift on it, but Rashid got a nice good look at it, saw the gap there. Thanks for coming.
This has to go for 6.
He's 36. Rashid facing Stoinis, swings across the line, out towards long on. He puts his hand on his head in dismay that he didn't pop it into the members' pavilion. They don't take the single. He stays down the end that he needs to be. He's 36 from 19. They need 17 from 3.
3 sixes. If there was anyone that was going to do it in Adelaide,
oh, it has to be him.
This is the man.
Or
name a stand after him if he does that.
Or 2 6s and a 4. It'll take it to you know what.
Give us a last ball thriller, Rashid.
Can he do it, Rashid? Stoinis to him here. Cathedral end. Rashid swings at 6. Oh, yeah, it is. Into the pavilion, over mid-wicket. He keeps it alive. Of course he keeps it alive. Rashid Khan, 42 from 21. Game on, Adelaide Oval. 11 needed from 2 for what would be a staggering victory from a side that's been eliminated. But anything is possible with Rashid Khan, Baz.
It's not over at the Adelaide Oval till Rashid Khan says so. This is brilliant batting. We knew he was going to put on a show. And he's putting on a show that we'll never forget.
What about the crowd? The crowd is going punted down here.
So 2 balls left, 11 runs needed. Here's Stoinis to Rashid Khan. Goes dead straight. Has it got the journey? I don't think it has. Running across it long on. They allow it to bounce. They do the percentage thing. Glenn Maxwell ends up collecting the ball. They get back for a couple. It's not going to happen. Australia are going to win so long as Stoinis lands it on the cut strip. Baz.
Rashid Khan still throwing his head back. He knew it was the ball. He picked the right ball. He picked the right shot. Just did not make the kind of contact he needed.
Oh, it was full too.
Off
just
the
to
bat.
Get the angle right.
Off the bat, we thought it was 6, boys.
We're thinking fetch it out of the trees. Last ball of the game. 9 needed. For what it's worth. Needs to be a free hit somehow. Stoinis bowls. He goes. Big Rashid. Out towards deep backward square. 1 bounce 4. But it's a legal delivery, which means Afghanistan are going to fall 4 runs short of their total. Australia win by 4 runs. They get to the end of the group stage losing only 1 game, but that is going to cost them because they're relying on the dreaded net run rate. And even that's irrelevant now. They need England to lose on the final day to Sri Lanka at the SCG tomorrow. They're winners tonight, but not by enough. It's been that kind of tournament, Chad Sayers.
It has. From the outset, that loss against New Zealand really put them on the back foot. But they've given themselves a chance now. England aren't a shoo-in against Sri Lanka tomorrow. Sri Lanka play some great cricket, so they'll go to bed tonight knowing that there's still a chance of playing the semi-finals of the World Cup.
Rashid Khan, 48 not out from 23 deliveries. Took a couple of wickets. He'll be a contender for the BizCover player of the match. He certainly deserves to be BizCover Business Insurance in minutes, as will Glenn Maxwell for his unbeaten half-century, as should be Naveen Al-Haq for his 3 for 21. 2 of the 3 candidates really are from the losing side. The energy of the night feels like they should have won, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it had to be Rashid Khan who gave them that hope. They say that he's given them a new identity. All these Afghans who moved to Adelaide in the last 15 or so years. But he kept their hope alive till pretty much the penultimate ball. If that had gone for 6, you would have backed Rashid Khan to finish it off and take us into a super over. Or maybe even get Afghanistan over the line.
You look through at Australia's bowling. Josh Hazlewood, 2 for 33. Pat Cummins, none for 22. best in terms of economy rate. Stoyan has done for 26, having to bowl a death over there from just 2 overs. As my card just loses its way, my apologies, 1 sec. Kane Richardson 1 for 48 from 4, having been brought in to replace Stark. Zampa 2 for 22 from 4. Cameron Green none for 13. So the best of that set, Adam Zampa 2 for 22 and over at the end, where 3 wickets fell. A run out executed by Glenn Maxwell, who'll also be a contender for what he did in the field. A couple of important catches and a direct hit to get rid of Gulbuddin Naib, who second top scored for Afghanistan, 39 from 23. An excitement machine as always. So we'll go through all of those. You think T20 is quick? Let's try that again. Tongue twister. You think T20 is quick? Try BizCover, business insurance in minutes. And a plus performance for Australia for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. It's got to be Adam Zampa with the ball, doesn't it? As far as keeping it tight, taking wickets when it mattered, when the game was on the knife edge. If they do get through to the next stage, they need their best bowler in this format to be in that kind of form.
That's right, and that over where he took 2 wickets that started with Glenn Maxwell getting that run out really turned this game on its head for Australia, and he's been their pinnacle player for a long time now, and he probably hasn't been bowling up to his best in this tournament, but tonight he really did. And he put Australia on the front foot here and got them that victory.
So Australia tomorrow will be watching with bated breath. I suppose they'll get together somewhere in Adelaide, Baz, and watch that game. They won't know which city they're going to in the event they make the semi-final, so they may as well stay put in Adelaide where they are at the moment. But they'll know they haven't had the type of game tonight. We'll go to the player of the match. Looks like it's Glenn Maxwell. We'll take that down on the ground. Thanks to Telly.
Glenn, before we get to your own innings, got close there at the end, but you got the points.
Yeah, it certainly did. Afghanistan played really well. They struck the ball really cleanly at the start. They put us under pressure in that power play. Luckily enough, we were able to hold them back, but then there was some pretty clean hitting towards the back end there and gave us a bit of a scare.
Congratulations on your own game. A fine knock, a wonderful run out, which in many ways was the turning point.
Yeah, it was nice to have an impact in the field. I think I knew I wasn't going to have much of an impact with the ball. I think with the conditions the way they were, it was starting to skid on a bit more. So to have an impact in the field is nice.
A strange game because in one way you were trying to win it, which you did, but net run rate was coming into it as well tonight, I guess. Yeah,
I think with the way the wicket was, I think during the day it was quite slow. It was taking spin. It was holding up a little bit. It was quite hard to sort of press the issue. And then we probably got to about the 12th over mark where we just had to put a total on the board to make sure we gave ourselves a chance of winning the game. And even though we were trying to go hard at the back end, they bowled extremely well. The last 4 overs, they executed their plans, and it was hard to get away.
Tomorrow night, will you have ever cheered as hard for Sri Lanka as you will tomorrow night watching them play England, Glenn?
Yeah, we'll certainly be following it. But, yeah, we're obviously put ourselves in this situation. But, yeah, hopefully Sri Lanka can do the job for us.
Well played, and thanks for your time.
Cheers, Harry.
So Glenn Maxwell, the BizCover player of the match, beaten half-century, which, when you look back at it, they did make 168, even if they felt like they limped to the finish line. You look at the contrast in the death bowling. Australia went for 52 in the final 4. Afghanistan were unhittable in the final 4.
Yeah, that's right. They executed brilliantly, didn't they? They didn't miss a beat. Yorkers.
The age of 30 and Cummins is 30 soon. It's not the sort of side that they are going to be able to top up in 2 years' time. They're going to have to do a rethink. If they don't make it through, it's going to require a relatively big rethink for 2 years from now.
Yeah, that's right. We talked about during the coverage, didn't we, that they are going to change their side for that World Cup. I think maybe 2 or 3 will be there. The rest is going to be new faces, young blood. So they're going to have to crop them throughout the next 2 years and see how they go and try and build another winning culture that they did in Dubai last year.
And if they don't go through, they don't play a T20 international, but for 9 months. It's a pretty long time in the world of cricket right now, with a lot of moving parts around domestic competitions around the world. There'll be whatever happens in South Africa and the UAE. And watch this space. There'll be an extended IPL next year. They'll be building up to a 50-over World Cup. You know, the emphasis will change with white ball cricket in Australia. It might take them a while to find their new groove. The Big Bash will play a big part of that too.
Oh, very much so. And, there's been so much focus on the Big Bash. Has it done enough for Australian T20 cricket? Chad said earlier, the T20 team that won the World Cup last year, a lot of them don't play in the Big Bash.
True.
So it didn't contribute much to it. So what happens to the Big Bash now with so much focus on it? The broadcast rights coming up as well before the World Cup. All of that goes into the equation. But if Australia don't make it through, look, I'll say this though, they created a lot of goodwill in Sri Lanka with your visit earlier this year. Adam, you and I were both there.
Yes.
So maybe all that goodwill will result in Sri Lanka beating England and taking Australia through. But if it doesn't, then there will be changes. I'm sure we have seen the last of a few of these senior men in this side in this format. David Warner will definitely be there for the 50-over World Cup next year. Aaron Finch is anyway retired from one-day cricket, but Matthew Wade, I don't know. So there'll be a new look team whenever they play that next T20 August 2023 against South Africa or whoever they're playing against.
Yeah, so Aaron Finch is the obvious one, given he's already retired from one-day cricket. He has said that he wishes to play beyond this tournament in short-form cricket, but he's not really signalled what that might look like, whether it's domestic comps or otherwise. It has been a fabulous career, Aaron Finch's. If it is finished, if tonight is the last night that he's wearing an Australian uniform, he'll go down as one of Australia's great white ball players.
100%, and one of Australia's best leaders. Obviously, World Cups under his belt, and the performances he puts in big games has been great. His powerhouse hitting, his stroke making, and his captaincy on the field, outstanding.
We're just going to wait for the television broadcast to pick up the presentation. It feels like that might be a couple of minutes away. Is that your sense as well, Bharat, that Finch will be kind of the first one to walk the plank for no other reason than the fact that they'll need a new captain to galvanise around that? It's improbable he'll be there in 2 years. It'll need to be somebody else's side.
Oh, very much so. And considering how much cricket is he going to get between now and August to start with. Forget about the 2024 World Cup in the West Indies and the USA.
It just looks like we've got the presentation starting here. We'll throw down to the pitch side with Mark Howard.
On the game tonight, a wonderful game of cricket. It didn't quite go your way in the end, but by jig, your team put on the show. How did you see the game?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yeah, it's a really good game of cricket tonight. Yeah, they start really well, Australia, and the end, Naveen and Farooq bowled really well, and there wasn't that big target on that pitch as well. But the way we started really well in power play and also in the middle, really good as well. And also it's we throw that 4 wickets back to back, that a little bit under pressure us. That's why.
Talking to some of your fans and watching, in many ways, a frustrating tournament for you because we saw what you can do tonight, but 2 washouts must have been difficult for the group, I presume.
Yeah, it's really tough when you play first game and after 10 days you didn't play any game. You didn't we didn't get that momentum in the tournament. That's why we didn't catch up anything in the tournament. Yeah, that's why day by day, every game we improve, and today was a fantastic game. Yeah.
Well, thanks for the great game of cricket tonight, and travel safely. Nice to see you back here in Australia.
Yeah, thank you.
That is the captain of Afghanistan, Mohammed Nabi, and then the captain of Australia, Matthew Wade, joins us. Matthew, good evening. Appreciate your time. Fantastic game of cricket. Got pretty tight there in the end. How are you feeling over the closing 4 or 5 overs?
Yeah, okay, 4 overs out probably. I brought our bowlers forward and then gave Storney the last. So knowing that you've got the all-rounder to get out in the last 1 or 2 overs is obviously a little bit nerve-wracking, but I've seen Rash do that plenty of times in the IPL. I played with him last year and he did it 3 or 4 times in a row, so never really felt safe.
Tomorrow night, England, Sri Lanka. I presume you won't have cheered so much for Hasaranga and Theekshana in your life. Will you be watching it here in Adelaide?
Yeah, we'll stay the extra night here and just watch that game. So yeah, we'll be hoping for a little bit of an upset there, obviously. So I mean, that's tournament play. We put ourselves in this situation straight from the get-go this time. And although we've been trying to chase a little bit of run rate, it just hasn't really gone our way. We've been a little bit slow out of the blocks in this tournament, and hopefully it doesn't cost us.
And moving forward, if the team is to progress, Aaron Finch, Tim David, would they be a chance to come back in if you do progress?
Yeah, we're very hopeful that they'll be right to go if we make the semis. David especially was really, really close. He had a fitness test today before the game. So, yeah, we're very hopeful that they come up if we make it through.
Appreciate your time, Matthew.
Thanks,
Matthew.
Howie.
Well played tonight. So it will all come down to England versus Sri Lanka tomorrow night. Most of Australia, you would imagine, will be cheering for the Sri Lankans.
Not wrong, Howie, not wrong. Interesting there that Tim David was close today. It didn't look close when he was whacking catches before play, but pretty certain that if they make it through that he'll be fit to go. Aaron Finch, who knows, but presumably if they were to, they'll find a way to get the captain on the park, and those conversations about his longevity can be pushed to one side, but a lot needs to go right tomorrow night. Sri Lanka beating England, on paper at least. I mean, England are a stronger side. It's hard to refute that point.
And we know in this game, any side on any day can win a game of T20 cricket, and that's no different tomorrow night. If Sri Lanka bring their best and England are a little bit off, I think Sri Lanka can beat England, and Australia will be in.
Love your optimism, Chad. Baz, we also heard from Matt Wade there saying that they had their heart in their mouths last over. Marcus Stoinis showing you around to the ball, but he got it done in the end, and that'll be important for Stoinis, the bowler too, given he's not been used too often in the competition after the New Zealand game.
No, he's been the one big positive for Australia from this World Cup, hasn't he? He gave Australia the much-needed fillip in that game against Sri Lanka, almost woke them up. And again, he looked good today before falling as part of those wickets that fell in the middle overs and late overs, and held his nerve in the end. At least has given Australia a chance to breathe a little more tonight, stay back in Adelaide and watch that Sri Lanka game again. I can pass on some recommendations to the Australian players to where they should be digging into some Sri Lankan foot, adding to the goodwill that they already passed on.
Maybe we can organise something.
Maybe we should.
Tomorrow, of course, it is that moment of truth at time. In Group 1, England taking on Sri Lanka from the SCG. Live on SEN from 6:30 Australian Eastern. With daylight savings time, I'm pretty sure we are at this time of year. So 6:30 on the eastern seaboard for England and Sri Lanka. And the triple header on Sunday, which will be 2 games here at Adelaide Oval, followed by the decider in Group 2 between India and Zimbabwe. Thank you for listening tonight. Around the country, around the world, around New Zealand as well. Bharat Sundaresan, Chad Sayers, I'm Adam Collins. Australia victorious by 4 runs on T20 Cricket, World Cup Cricket on SEN for Host Plus. That's a plus. Good night from Adelaide Oval.
That's a Plus performance. Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.